welcome. Welcome to everybody. Good morning. Thank you to be here at IULM University. I am Stefania Romenti. I am delegate of my rector of this university in sustainability. So I'm very pleased today to introduce our professors and to dedicate this day to the topics such as sustainability and education, because we are a university, so obviously our goal is to educate young people, because education is really essential for driving behaviors in the right way, and in order to make people behave in the right manner and in a sustainability manner. So I want to introduce Govinda Clayton. He is expert in negotiations and Doha Debates Connector, senior researcher in peace processes at ETH in Zurich. And he will talk about negotiations on this topic. So thank you so much for having accepted our invitation. And please don't leave the university, because also in the afternoon we will have two events, two roundtables. The first one at 2:30 p.m. The first roundtable will be focused on scientific communication, denialism, fake news, misinformation about climate change. And the second one at 4 p.m. will be about cocoa. Cocoa as a symbol of resilience, fragility. So we'll talk about environmental sustainability in Latin America. Okay, so we'll have other two roundtables in the afternoon. Thank you so much, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really great to be here, and thanks to the university for having me. But thanks to all of you guys for all showing up. I really appreciate it. I know you've had a really busy week attending events or organising talks or just having your first week of your semester. So I really appreciate and kind of acknowledge you all for taking the time to show up today. I know there's lots of other students out there who have been perhaps still in bed now or kind of just hanging out and chilling, and you've taken the time to come here today to try and kind of up your conversation game. So I really acknowledge you all, and I'm really grateful. So thank you very much. So firstly, I just want to say, all of the slides that I have and all of the material, if anyone wants that, I'm just going to share it with you afterwards. Okay, so don't worry about taking notes, don't worry about writing anything on your laptops, on your phones, you're going to get all the material. So this is like an experiential class. We're going to learn by doing. So you don't need to take the notes, you're going to kind of learn in the process. Is that cool? Yeah, awesome. So, just a little bit about me. I know some of you know me, but for those of you that don't, my name is Govinda Clayton. I'm a senior researcher in peace processes, and I basically spend all of my time trying to understand how communication and negotiation works. And I do that for kind of two reasons. Firstly, because I work with conflict parties and the UN, the Swiss Foreign Ministry, attempting to feed directly into peace processes. So when actors are engaged in violent conflict, I'm trying to understand what the dynamics are so that we can improve their communication to end that conflict. But equally as important, and much more relevant for today, is I then try and work with other people who are doing important work, important change makers, people who are trying to make a difference in their communities, to apply the skills that we learn in these really difficult contexts to your work. So that's kind of what we're going to be trying to do today. And it's important to mention that I'm here today in my kind of capacity working with Doha Debates. And so I know a bunch of you know Doha Debates really well, but for those of you that don't, where have you been for the last couple of years? What have you been up to? So you should check us out on YouTube. So Doha Debates is a kind of debate platform that's looking to develop new solutions to some of the world's most complicated problems. Sustainability definitely being one of them. And so there's a bunch of different content. Check us out on all the different social media, and you'll see some stuff that I've worked on in particular. So if you like what you get in the next 2 hours, then please do check out my videos in particular, so I can have more views than now. Okay, so one of the key things that we have in Doha Debates is we're really focused on these difficult conversations. That's really what we're going to be focusing on today. But first of all, I really feel like I should probably start with a confession, and it seems kind of appropriate, being in Italy. I really am not an expert in sustainability. I really don't know very much about sustainability. And actually, in comparison to most of you, I've really got not any good ideas about how to tackle climate change. I really don't. You guys are the experts here. I can't really offer very much there at all. In fact, my girlfriend works in sustainability, and it's taken 2 years of her constantly negotiating with me to make me start to instigate small sustainability practices in my own life. So like you could quite justifiably ask, like, what the hell are you doing here? Like, why are you here? Like, what are you doing in a session that's focused, in a day that's focused on sustainability and education? And like the reason why that is like the quality of your communication, the quality of your negotiation affects all aspects of your life, and in particular, your work. So let's kind of do an exercise to stress that. So I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to imagine somebody that you really respect and admire. So imagine and picture this person. Now imagine a difficult situation arising and how that person would deal with it. So if it's someone you work with, imagine there's a problem at work and a bit of tension, an issue that's not gone the way that everyone wanted it to. If it's a family member, imagine a difficult situation occurring. Now how would you imagine that person responding to that? Are they a good listener? Hands up if they're a good listener. Hands up if they're good at like sharing their different understandings and making everybody feel heard and understood. Awesome. You can open your eyes now if you've still got them closed. Or you can just keep them closed. I mean, it's a bit more relaxing. You haven't got to look at me. So like I do that exercise to stress that we all interact with good communicators in our life all the time. And anyone who is effective in their work. So that person you thought of, a good reason why you think of them, a good reason why you look up to them is because they're an effective communicator. So all of the best bosses that you've worked for, all of the family members that you're often closest to, all of the friends that you really respect their opinion, it's because they have good communication skills. That's how important it is. Does that make sense? Awesome. But then thinking more specifically about sustainability, the only way in which we can solve complex problems is through communication and negotiation. It's not really possible to solve these problems constructively in any other way. And so by kind of upping our communication skills and by learning to develop and refine these different approaches, it will equip you with the tools and the skills that you need to engage in your work focusing on sustainability more specifically. But I've got to just also add kind of like one final disclaimer before we kind of kick on. And I'm kind of sorry about this. But like, I'm not actually going to teach you anything new today. There's nothing that we're going to do today that's going to be like, oh, shock. Because you all already know how to communicate. It's already in here. In fact, who are the best communicators? Anyone got kids?
Yeah, kids are the best.
Yeah, exactly. Kids, younger siblings. We learn from a really early age how to negotiate for what we want. Babies always get what they want. Young children, they know how to manipulate a context. They know how to use their power. They know how to trade goods with their siblings. So this information's all up here. The trouble is when we get older, we just get a bit kind of confused and we forget how to use those skills so effectively. So all I'm going to try and do today is to kind of remind you of some of the skills that you already have and to provide you with some frameworks so you can kind of like access that a little bit more quickly. Does that sound cool? Wicked. So I said, this is going to be an experiential class, which means there's not going to be so much of me talking. It's going to be very much you guys participating. So what I'd like to do now is everyone stand up. And I want you to just pair up with someone. So if you've got a natural pair next to you, that's great. If you've not, can you just rejig yourself around so that you've got somebody else who you're matched up with? So we've got a 3 up the top here. So can we maybe one person join up here? Okay, so I want you to turn and I want you to face your partner. So you're standing face to face. You know, like roughly a meter apart, you know, social distancing. Okay. So everybody who's standing on this side, I want you to stand with your hands by your side. Everybody who's standing on this side, I want you to raise your right fist and hold a clenched fist as kind of close as you can to the other person's nose. So just the people on this side of the room. The people on the left, hands down. So if you're on the left, hands down. If you're on the right, hands up. Okay, so look at me for a second. Everyone who's standing on this side, fist up. This side, hands down. Okay, perfect. Hand up. Yeah, very good. Okay, so we're going to have a negotiation. So the person who's standing on this side, you've got 3 minutes in order to convince the other person to open their fist and put their hands down. You can do it any legal way. So any legal way you can do that, whatever you like. Go. Okay, stop. Just stay as you are for just a moment. So, it looks like we've got 2 groups up here and 2 groups down here where you kept your hand up. So why weren't you convinced by the other person? Maybe we'll start with you guys up here. How come you kept your hand up? Yeah, so I think you had your hand up, right? Yeah? Yeah. So why didn't you put your hand down? What was it about the communication that didn't work for you? Oh. How about you guys at the back? What was it about the communication that kind of didn't work for you? Ah, interesting. So you have a kind of personal relationship that was going in. Then you thought, well, I'm not going to give one up to this person. Like, yeah, very good. Very good. I love the fact that we've got the 2 professors in communication here who didn't come to an agreement. So what was it you were trying to say?
I didn't convince her.
Yeah, so what were you trying though?
Very strong.
She's very strong.
I started with kindness, and I told her that I know that so she's my friend, so I was so embarrassed with this.
Yeah.
But she was.
Okay, so let's listen to this because this is important. So what we see in this context is an attempt to be really kind, to try and say we're friends. Let's rely on this personal relationship. It's important that we kind of connect. So someone coming at it with kindness and the other person being like, phew, I'm a tough negotiator. No way. Like, don't start playing that kind of kindness card with me. I'm keeping my hand up. Okay, cool. So how about for some of you, you can sit down for a sec now. So how about for some of you that put your hand down, what was it that convinced you to put your hand down? What happened here, Jen? I saw you go. You say she was a good negotiator.
It was instantaneous, and actually Dana told me that she didn't feel safe. That it was really uncomfortable for her, and that she would really like to talk to me, but that with my fist in her face, it really was a barrier. And then she said, so I'd like to ask you to take your hand off.
Very good. Okay, so she kind of appealed to some normative principles and was like, look, I'm feeling very uncomfortable here. Like, you related to that normative principle and thought like, oh, okay, like, you know, I can understand, I can relate and empathize with what it's like to feel uncomfortable in that way. And so, like, I'm going to respond accordingly.
Exactly, yeah.
Very.
And she asked me, she didn't, like, plead or anything. It was just a straight up, would you please take your hand up?
Yeah, very good. Very good, very good.
Not that tough, though.
Yeah.
Very soft.
Well, that's clear. Please.
I was an unwilling participant. I didn't want to put my fist up in anybody's face.
Okay.
So it was very easy to follow orders that I wasn't happy with.
Okay.
It allowed me to do what I wanted to do inside.
Okay, so you weren't comfortable with the kind of rules of the game, and you weren't comfortable, so you were like, okay, so I don't want to be your boss and send you into a negotiation, because if you don't agree with it, you're just going to not negotiate, right? Yeah. Please.
He convinced me that it's not worth it in the next 3 minutes. I'll be in more pain than I wanted.
Oh, so it was like, so there was a bit of a kind of threat of force, and you started to feel a little bit intimidated? Yeah? Okay, that's interesting to know. I know who I don't want to be negotiating with. Please.
She told me, if you ever hurt your sister, I'm your best friend. How dare you? You're talented.
Oh, brilliant. So in a way, we kind of see like a victim mentality of stepping into like, okay, I'm going to really pull on your emotional heartstrings and make you put your hand down. Very good. Wow, so we see another really aggressive negotiation strategy, like not going for the friendship first of all, not trying to apply to reason, but like just out and out force. Like I'm going to bite your hand off if you don't put your hand down. Very good. Anyone else? Okay, so here's the thing. Here's why I love this exercise, because in a really short space of time, what this exercise does is it helps to bring to the fore what your natural style of negotiation is. Think about that, okay? So if you're the kind of person who, when you get put under pressure, respond aggressively, then you're going to threaten to bite someone's hand. So that might mean that in some negotiations, you might perform really well because through kind of intimidation and force, you might get your way. Yeah? In other occasions, people might appeal to normative principles, and that might work really well. Please.
What would it mean if you like bribe?
I mean, so it depends, right? I mean, it could be that you're a creative person, and so you're looking for kind of like creative solutions, or it could mean that you just have no morals, and that you're willing to fall back. Yeah, exactly. It could be, and like just to be really clear, like there's no good and bad negotiating styles. Yeah, you can't say in all contexts any form of negotiation is always the best. Yeah, sometimes forceful negotiations can be really important. In contexts in which, like, you're pushing against injustice, for example, you might need a certain type of forceful negotiation strategy. And if you adopt a kind of a normative or a kind of relationship-based approach, you're going to get trampled all over. But in other cases, do they want to join in or? In other cases, if you adopt that aggressive approach, you're going to sour the relation. And so if you're going to be having like future... Do you reckon you could just turn that phone off for me for a sec? Thanks a lot, nice one. No worries. Yes, whereas in other contexts, if you were to adopt that aggressive strategy, you might sour the relations. And so if you have a negotiation that's kind of iterative, so if you're going to be negotiating with the same person over weeks or months or years on lots of different topics, that same aggressive strategy that's really effective in some contexts might prove to be like really harmful. Does that make sense? But this is already now, we're like, what, I don't know, 5 minutes into this session. Like, that's one key thing you can take away when you go home tonight. That's my kind of core negotiation strategy. And what does that mean? Like, so maybe if you're the kind of person that naturally turns into an aggressive stance, you need to think, well, how can I, like, under what context is that not serving me? Whereas if you're the type of person that appeals to kind of interpersonal relationships or relationship building, you could think, oh, well, when might that serve me? And when do I maybe need to be a little bit of a tougher negotiator? Does that make sense? Awesome. Okay, cool. Now we're going to do another exercise. And so what I'd like you all to do for a minute is just spread out a little bit around the room in the pairs that you were just in. So stay in the same pairs, but I'd like to kind of clearly separate yourself out from everybody else. So let's use the whole room. We've got loads of space. Okay, so in a moment, I'm going to distribute some, so I need you to be like, yeah, spread, so I can clearly see who the twos are. Perfect. Okay, so this is how's the best way to do this? Okay, so I'm going to run around, and so you guys are a pair? Perfect. Okay, these are your confidential instructions, okay? So don't share these with the other person. So what we're going to be talking about today is a really special piece of fruit. And you might have not heard of it before. Here we go. Here we go. That's for you. Thanks a lot. Oh, no, you keep that one. You keep that one. You keep that one. Thanks a lot. There we go. So those of you that got it, you can start to read, but don't share it with anybody else, okay? That's why it says confidential on the top. So there's this very special fruit, and it's called the Milan melon. And it's a very precious fruit. Here we go. Take this one. Take this one. Are you guys, who's together?
Well, all of us, but we're not really participating, so.
Oh, you can't be in a negotiation class and not participate. It's like going to a club and not dancing. Are you guys together?
Yes.
Go, very good.
I find that.
Do we have a... Can I put that? That's going to be for your partner in a second when she comes back. You guys?
Yep.
Very good. Don't discuss it, remember?
We have different negotiations.
You're different, yeah, they're different roles. There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
Nearly there. This is for you. This is for you. This is for you. This is for you. For you. This is for you. Perfect. Okay, so you've all got some instructions. And this is going to be for a very important negotiation about the Milan melon. So what I want you to do now is just spend 5 minutes quietly by yourself reading through these instructions and developing your strategy for the negotiation. You can think a little bit about what you just learned about yourself in the fist exercise. So we'll have 5 minutes quiet where you can just sit and read. And then I'll let you know when to begin the negotiation. Okay, so no negotiating until the negotiation begins. And don't share the information with your partner. This is confidential. Imagine you're representing 2 separate companies, and so the last thing you want to do is give away your valuable information. Go. Are you sure you guys don't want to do it? You can do it. It's fun. You sure? Sure? Yeah. We shouldn't be hearing any talking at all. The room should be silent because you're planning for your really important negotiation. There's lives at stake here. Okay, we've got about 2 more minutes to finish your preparation, so have a think. What's your strategy? How are you going to approach it? What are you going to offer? What are you going to accept? can see some confident negotiators out there. One minute. Okay, so it looks like everyone's ready. So can you make sure that you're separate from everybody else so that you can't overhear the other groups because you don't want them to influence your negotiations? So we've got a really big room here. We've got space down the side. We've got some room up on the stage. So just go wherever you want, wherever you feel comfortable, okay? You now have 10 minutes to negotiate. You do not have to reach an agreement, okay? You do not have to reach an agreement. If you do, that's okay. 10 minutes, go. Awesome.
I'll give you 500 is the lowest I'm going.
No looking at each other's sheets, that's good. Very good.
Okay. that our laboratories are the most prepared of all the time. They are the
Excellent. What you do?
All right, so basically, I needed only the melon skins to cure
Okay.
eczema, and
Okay.
then
Very good. So grab a seat and don't share your result, okay? Let me turn this up. Two more minutes. 2 more minutes. Okay, last minute, 1 more minute, 1 more minute. If you haven't reached an agreement in 1 minute, that's fine. If you have, no problem. One minute. Okay, if you've not reached an agreement, no problem. Grab back in your seats. Let's talk about it. Okay, all right. Okay, super, well done. That was, you know, one of the things that like you worry about with these exercises is like whether people are going to really get into character. And so it's really good to see silence. Is as happy as it makes me to see everybody so passionately engaged in the exercise. We can get a bit more from it now if we start to debrief a little bit. But hey, first of all, give yourself a round of applause. That was really, really great. I really enjoyed like listening into little bits of your negotiations there. That was fantastic. Okay, so to start off with, who didn't reach an agreement? I mean, I can't wait to get to these two. This. Okay, so Nell, let's start with you. How come you didn't reach an agreement? What happened?
Because I think we were both trying to be very polite. We knew that we had very strict limitations of what we could negotiate and couldn't. And neither of us were willing to. I was willing to back down, but he wasn't, which made me steadfast. And so I was like, I was asking him, urging him to not think of his people as the only people on Earth, but to think of the global population and think how much good he could do generally, but he just wouldn't see it.
Yeah, so you basically, like, you're the good guy, and he's just like, goddamn nasty negotiator.
He's the good guy, but he's steadfast. I'm the good guy because I'm willing to negotiate with him at the cost of my own people.
How did that? Is that how it felt to you?
No.
How did it feel to you, Anas?
It felt like she was just trying to make money. And trick me into it.
Wow, that's crazy. So, like, for now, it's like, oh, like, I'm being the good guy. Like, I'm being the good guy. You're the tough one. And you're like, whoa, no, hold on a second. Like, you're just about making money, and I'm being the good guy over here.
I tried to explain to him that my people are pregnant, therefore it's actually double the same thing. And he's like, no.
All right, so it becomes a little bit about, okay, like, are the pregnant women more important than other people or not?
Yes.
How about other people that didn't reach an agreement? What happened there? You guys not reach an agreement there as well? Yeah. Just a little bit louder. I'm going to come to you, don't worry.
At the beginning, like, I told him what's the problem and the consequence of this problem. So basically, at the beginning, I felt that he's not convinced. So I offered for him, like, a joint venture to solve this problem. So he should just relax, and I will do the business, and then we'll share the profit out of this. But he's still not convinced, so...
Okay, very good. So you felt that if I just share the problem in such a way that, like, he then should see my point of view. And I think that's something we often think. We think, well, all I've got to do is just share how important this issue is to me, and then they're going to come around to my way of thinking, because how could people not see it from my point of view when I've shared it with them? Yeah? Who else didn't reach an agreement? Please. I've got to say, I've run this exercise hundreds of times, and that was possibly the most enjoyable negotiation for me to watch over the years.
We started off, okay, you can start. So I started off by going up to her and then Jameson, we used to study together. We went to the same university, we were fraternity brothers. Like, lives are at stake. And then she lied to me. I didn't lie. I convinced her. I said, we can make an agreement with Milan to grow more melons. I said, we can make an agreement with Milan to grow more melons, which then we can save more lives. And then we shake hands. And why is that? No. It was a verbal contract that means it does not hold up in court.
So, like, never have two people needed a negotiation class more. But no, actually, let's give you guys a round of applause. Because like, the funny thing is, right, and this is like kind of to make it real, is that, like, everybody else is being all like, oh, super nice and everything else. But, like, what you're modeling for us all there is like something real. Like, that's the way. Like, it looks all kind of messy and crazy when you're shouting at each other, and I'm thinking, have I got to intervene physically here? Like, but that's how a ton of our negotiations turn out, right? Like, with family, with people that are close to us. Often we get into this, like, shouting match, like lying and manipulating. You're making up your own rules. So at one point I was asked if you can bring some extra money into the table because they've been lying to each other about what they could do. You know, but that's great. Like, the trouble is you didn't reach an agreement. I mean, you kind of reached an agreement, but I mean, it's kind of fun that one of you thought you got an agreement and the other one didn't. So it's like, it's challenging. But that was really great, so really well done. Anybody else who didn't reach an agreement? Please. Just a little bit louder. Okay, so you thought, like, okay, well, we'll join in a kind of joint venture and we'll try and solve the problem. So a little bit similar to what Mohammed was talking about as well. But the trouble is, it doesn't solve the problem that you're facing right in this moment. So it's definitely a good aspiration, a good way of thinking, but it doesn't solve your immediate problem. Did anybody split the melons in half? So decide that like someone would get 200 and someone would get 200. You guys, what happened? How did you get to that? Just a little bit louder so everyone can hear. I'm really sorry.
Our conversation was based more on the ethics rather on the politics and the economics of it. So we were just thinking about the people, the actual people and no profit. And then we just decided that we should have like invested all of our resources, so like travel resources and everything, or like logistics, to try to get like half of the women out of the country and move to a like other country, and then get 200 melons to the people.
2 seconds. Nell, shh, sit down. Look, someone's sharing. Calm down. So hang on, hold on. Please, Cam. Calm down, Nelifer. No, because this is really good. So you've tried to work out a way of saving half the pregnant women.
Exactly. So we just joined our logistics and then like half of my people were being evacuated from the country, and half of the melons invested on creating serum for them, and then it's same for London. Like half of our logistics to move them out, and half of them investing to saving up the gas.
Yeah, really good. So this right here, did you guys split? Was it? Did you have 200 each as well? Or
We were going to do that, but
hold on, let me come to you in just a second, then, okay? Because I know what you're going to say. And just 2 secs. You split them 200 each? Yeah.
So I offered 50K for 200.
Yeah.
And because that's all I was authorized to go for. And he put 100K for 200. And so we split them.
Okay, really good. So actually, the deals that you guys have come up with probably most accurately represent the kind of deal that we would come to in a real negotiation. Because you think, okay, like, you know, the problem that Nell and Anas come out with, you're thinking like, oh, what side's more important? Like, are pregnant women more important, or are like kind of like innocent lives more important? And then you decide like, well, these are both like very legitimate kind of causes, and so probably the best thing we'll try and do is we'll try and save half and half. So I think that's a really like, in terms of how this would play out in the real world, that's probably the closest we'd come to. That we think, well, the best solution is we just split the difference. But that's not always the most efficient solution. So what other types of outcomes did we get?
So basically, what I was worried about as Dr. Jameson is that he's also trying to...
Just a little bit louder so everyone can hear at the back as well.
Alright, so I was Dr. Jameson, and he's the other guy. So what I was worried about was he was also trying to come up with a cure for the same thing in the pharmaceutical company. So then, like when I was doing a negotiation with him, I made up a new disease that was not on here. I said that for this disease, because the only thing I need is the melon skin. So I told him that for this disease, what you need is, like I said, it was a disease that comes up in 10-year-olds or something, and you need the melon skin to cure the disease. And then I asked him if we do a joint venture, and we get all the 400 melons for 500,000, and he gets every other part of the melon, and I only get the skin. Would that be okay? And we agreed.
Very good. And so how did it work for you?
It worked as well because I also only needed the seeds, and since he made up a whole new disease, I didn't have to disclose information about it being from the government and the nerve bug, the nerve gas. So it worked out with me as well. So I was just like, all right, the government did.
Hey, you guys as well? Let's all listen because this is where we learn something now. Okay. You have an agreement now. It's too late. The people are dead, Mohammed. Please, sir.
So if that was, I didn't notice that. So our agreement is like,
I said that we just need the 100 million from the 400 million for 1 year, and then we will support you for the next 10 or 5 years. That we needed this for a once-in-a-lifetime disaster, and then we will help you with your ongoing issue.
Okay, very good. So actually, so this falls very close to the kind of like the split the difference argument. So you thought like, okay, well, we'll say that this disaster is a bit worse right now, so we'll prioritize this now, and like later on, like we'll get. And that's also a really good example of a split the difference. So it's close to reality, but it's a little bit different to what these guys came up with.
I think when you're negotiating, I think you have to firstly acknowledge that everyone's cause is legitimate
Yep.
to them.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's legitimate to you. You have to start off on the ground of like equality and respect for both sides. regardless of whether we were competing to save these lives, because at the end of the day, it's a greater cause than business and money.
Fantastic, fantastic. Really well done.
You know what's interesting? We never, during the whole negotiation, actually got to the details of our cause.
Interesting.
I didn't know until just now that it was this nerve gas situation, and she didn't know it was pregnant women.
But we knew it was humans and human lives at stake.
That's all we
When
said.
she said that, I immediately connected with her.
So that's really, so there's lots of stuff to unpack there. That's great. So like first of all, you kind of really started with, you both zoomed in on this kind of common understanding about humanitarianism. And so you're like, okay, we've kind of connected. So on a personal level, you kind of began the negotiation by both kind of connecting. So rather than kind of comparing whose cause is more just than the other, you decided, okay, these are both just causes. So we don't need to kind of go into this anymore. And that's fascinating that you didn't even get to what it was about. When you compare that to some of the other negotiations that we kind of saw, where like it was all about that. It was all about, well, whose cause is more justifiable? I mean, these guys, like, you know, who has the more legitimate claim for the melons? Then you kind of like moved into like thinking like, oh, okay, well, let's kind of like pull the problem apart a little bit. So these guys did a good job as well of kind of pulling the problem apart a little bit, but you kind of peppered it with a little bit of misinformation and a little bit of like. Now that's really interesting, right? Because in a real negotiation, you might not want to reveal that information. Yeah? Like if you were actually representing your business and you'd actually developed some new drug for a specific function, you would be concerned about revealing that information. And so you'd think, well, that means I can't reach an agreement because I don't want to reveal this.
Yeah, that's why I went with the new, like, the made-up disease, because like if he was also working on the same thing and we want the same parts for the same disease, like he's obviously going to have information on the research that I was doing. He's going to know that, oh, he needs the melon skin to cure that. So then I think that I thought that would cause conflict. So because if I made a made-up disease that no one knows about, he's not going to have any preconceived idea of what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And so that pretty well represents what you might do in reality, that you try and kind of mislead people on certain details. Not necessarily, you know. In this case, actually, it turned out you were working on very different things, so the information wouldn't have actually mattered. But you try and manipulate certain details, but still reveal the important bits. No.
But then you have nothing to, if he had to negotiate again with anyone else on earth, they would know that he's a lying, cheating scumbag.
No, but that's a really.
Not him, Dr. Stevenson.
No, but that's a really good point, right? And so that's the key difference. Did anybody else, by the way, find the solution? How did you guys get to it? Just a little bit louder so they can hear you at the front.
We both agreed at the beginning that my cause, Dr. Stevens one, so the London bombs, was not more important but more urgent. So we agreed that I get all the melons, take what I need as fast as 2 weeks because I need it in 2 weeks, and then we share all the knowledge, all the raw material, etc. And she continues with her research. But we agreed that I need them as fast as possible to save thousands of people in 2 weeks. So it's more urgent and we agree on that.
Okay, very good. So it's slightly different. So in the end, you might have ended up kind of through your partnership of finding that solution as well, but you kind of still prioritize one of the causes over the other. Did you guys, did you find the solution as well? How did you get there?
At first we split the melon into 100 and 200, but
Yeah.
then we decided to save the pregnant women, and so I get all 400 melon, save the pregnant women, and then relocate them to London and try to repopulate what we killed.
Oh, okay. Well, that's definitely like thinking out of the box. Very good.
I have a question. So how do you win in this negotiation?
So, that's a good question. So it depends what you think about as winning, right? So when we think about negotiations, you can think about kind of fair, efficient outcomes, or you can think about winning. So if you thought about this negotiation, and most of you did, definitely you guys, but most of you did, if you think about it as winning and losing, it's really hard to find a solution because you're considering your opponent as an adversary. And of course, the exercise was set up in such a way as to kind of make you think a little bit adversarial. But if you start to move away from that and start to think of each other as negotiating partners, then you can start to move more into the type of relationship that we saw here. Amjad.
I wanted to ask you, so that we realized that we had similar negotiating styles.
Interesting.
And so that made it a lot easier to discuss things. But listening to some of the other groups, I realized that those conversations would have been very different if either one of us was negotiating with somebody else who had a very different, potentially more adversarial or zero-sum approach. And so, that came out, and I'm not sure how that would. I'm not sure that the result was a consequence of one of us, but of the two of us having having the same style.
Yeah, that's really good. So I think there's a few things here that we could think about. So, like, firstly, if you get matched up with somebody, you don't want your negotiations to be dependent upon the person you get matched up with, because you often don't have control over that. If you're Dr. Stevens, you don't know who Dr. Jameson's going to be. Now, of course, sometimes you might just meet with someone and you kind of connect with them, and your styles mesh into each other very nicely. In particular, if you both come at it, as you guys did, both from the perspective of like, oh, okay, let's see where we can find our kind of common ground here. So part of learning to negotiate better is learning kind of what you might call kind of like negotiation jiu-jitsu. So how are you going to like flip your approach in relation to who you get matched up with? So if you get matched up by someone that's coming at you really crazy and really intense, like, how are you going to perform in that type of context? Or if someone comes at you like in a very kind of interest-based approach, you think like, oh, okay, how am I going to match onto that type of context? And so part of kind of like upping your conversation game is knowing how you can adopt different types of negotiating approaches depending on who you're facing. Now, there's certain kind of core principles that you can apply across all of these different kind of cases, but nevertheless, there's some contexts that are going to be more challenging than others. I'm sure negotiating with James was a nightmare. Please. Yeah. That's an easy question. Thanks. Okay, very good. So let's try and put. So first of all, another round of applause for you all. Really well done. That was really, really good. So now let's try and like put this into some kind of framework so we can think about like how can we all move into a negotiation where next time we get into a negotiation over melons, we know how we can find it, which I'm sure is going to happen frequently. So one of the things that I really want to kind of like talk to you about now, a bit early, is what you might call a kind of distinction. So when we talk about distinctions, we talk about a kind of difference or contrast that sets things apart. So let me give you an example of what a distinction is. Like, when I used to go walking in the woods in the UK, it used to be something I used to do frequently, and so I'd go into the kind of forest and I'd have a walk around. And I'd walk through and I'd be like, oh, this is a beautiful forest. I love to be surrounded by trees. Here's a tree, and here's like another tree, and that's like a big tree. And like, I really love this. And then like I started to go walking with like a friend of mine, and this friend of mine knew a little bit about trees. And so all of a sudden, walking through the forest became a completely different experience because he knew how to draw distinctions between different types of trees. So all of a sudden, what had previously been for me kind of trees became like an oak or a silver birch or a healthy tree and an unhealthy tree. Does that make sense? Yeah? And so creating distinctions in your mind can help you to understand more about a certain topic. Yeah? So really, intelligence, as we kind of like think about it, is just the ability to draw distinctions in different types of areas. Does that make sense? So, I kind of opened this discussion by saying that I didn't know very much about kind of like sustainability and not so much as you guys. And that's because you have the skills and the distinctions around sustainability. There's certain things that I might not know that might just seem like, well, I think maybe it doesn't really matter. I don't quite understand why there's a difference between, why have they got cans instead of bottles at a sustainability conference? That doesn't make any sense to me. But because you have the ability to make those distinctions, you could be more effective agents in that way. So now what I'm going to kind of like gift to you is one key distinction. And if you remember nothing else from this entire 2 hours that we have together, this is the most important thing for you to remember. Okay? And it's the distinction between positions and interests. So when we engage in any negotiation, we can think about the communication operating on two separate levels. So on the first level, which if we think about it in terms of like an iceberg, does this thing have a pointer? Yeah. You can think about it as an iceberg. What's above the surface, what we can see are normally people's positions. So in this negotiation that we just engaged in, there was loads of positions. There was like pregnant women are more important. You're trying to rip me off. I'm trying to save lives over here. Yeah? Yeah? Whereas what's going on beneath the surface is interests. And that's why we want those positions. So in this case, the interests were relatively well matched. You both wanted to save lives. Yeah? You both had a common interest in sharing lives. But rather than kind of like zooming in on that and focusing and then thinking, well, how can we then apply that to this negotiation, most of you got really stuck up in this top area where we focus on positions. So how we kind of draw this distinction. So if I went into a forest, my friend might say to me, well, how you draw the distinction between these trees is like the leaves. You look at the leaves and you have different types of leaves, and that's how we can draw distinctions between different types of trees. Well, in negotiation, the same principles apply, but we think about it in terms of positions and interests. So positions are nearly always what people say they want. In the negotiation that you just undertook, your position was, I want 400 melons. And pretty much most of you at some point will have raised that position. Yeah? Am I right? Yeah? Whereas the interest of why they want it. Yeah? Positions are nearly always formed in some kind of demand. Like, I want this. I want the 400 melons. Whereas interests are much more positively formulated statements. That's a kind of important point we're going to come back to. When you focus on positions, it nearly always focuses on a single outcome. Okay? Which means there's no space for negotiation. I want 400 melons. How many solutions are there when you say, I want 400 melons?
I only just realized that I only needed a melon skin, but I didn't even read that. I just circled 400 melons.
Yeah.
Moved on with my life and started attacking him.
Yeah, exactly, because you got stuck exactly in that positional mindset. Like, exactly that. It's like, I need 400 melons. That's what they want. That's what her demand was. And that's a single outcome. How many solutions are there when Nell says, I want 400 melons? Yeah, 1 or 2. She gets 400 melons. She doesn't get 400 melons. They're the only outcomes that there can be. Yeah? Whereas if you switch to, one sec. If you switch to a more interest-based approach, and you say, well, we both want to save lives together. Okay? First of all, that's kind of the purpose why you want the melons. Secondly, that's kind of positively formulated. And thirdly, it's open to loads of solutions. In this case, it opened up the possibility for the solution of one person getting the skin and the other person getting the seeds. Yeah? Does that make sense? So when you switch to an interest-based mindset, the result is you end up in a much more of a joint problem-solving approach. So what that means is that rather than looking at the negotiation as like, I'm fighting this person and I'm going to try and win. I'm fighting this negotiation and I'm going to try and win. Instead, you switch to the mindset of, oh, we have this problem. How do we solve this problem together? Does that make sense? So one of the ways in which we often design a principle-based negotiation straight away is just mixing the room up. So in a normal negotiation, we'll both kind of like sit across the table from each other, like negotiating like this. Whereas in a principle negotiation, often we'll redesign the room so we're all kind of facing a whiteboard or something. And so rather than being adversarial, we're kind of collectively facing this problem to resolve together. Does that make sense? Yeah. Wicked. So let's just look at some kind of examples of how this might work. So in the fist exercise that we started off with this morning, the kind of position that you might have gone for is open your fist up. Please open your fist up. Will you open your fist? Oh, we've been friends for so long, open your fist. Oh, we both have these shared normative principles, open your fist. Yeah? And there's only real two solutions. You open your fist, you don't open your fist. Whereas instead, if you focus in on a common interest, and I think you guys spoke a little bit about the kind of the empathy with regards to feeling threatened and the like, and like, I don't want to feel threatened, and moved into that type of interest. That could be one. Or you could say, I want to impress people with my negotiating skills. How do we find a solution whereby we both can win together? We've already spoke about the melons, but think about in a work-related context. Let's try and make this real. Your boss might say to you, like, you've got to be in early tomorrow morning. How many solutions are there to that? 2. You come in early, you don't come in early. They're the only outcomes. In other words, you win, you don't come in early, your boss wins, you come in early. That's it. There's no other approaches. Whereas if instead you think, well, why is it that your boss wants you to come in early? And it's like, oh, we've got this really big project that we need to get finished by the end of the day tomorrow. How many options are available now? Loads. Like what?
Work from home, don't come in early, but work from home early, work through lunch.
Very good. You have some as well? No? Cool. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Come in early. You work through your lunch. You ask a colleague to help. You offer to stay late the next day. Like, there's loads of different ways you can solve that problem. So it's still the same problem. The problem's not changed. The problem was always the project needs to be finished by the end of tomorrow. But by framing it in terms of interests, by enrolling the other person in the task, you can then sit together and try and find creative solutions. Does that make sense? Please.
I feel like in interest, it's like an expression of yourself, and like all of it is like, it starts with I. But then in positions, it's like you, even if the ones are like I, it's indirectly like telling the other person what to do. So like if it's an invitation, they want to like go towards you, work together.
Yeah, that's really good. I'd flip it a little bit slightly. That when it's positional, it's like me, you, and when it's interest, it's we. Yeah, exactly. So you're not like, in the first example, your boss is just giving you an order. In the second, he's saying, we've got this problem together. Like, how are we going to resolve this problem together?
Sometimes people have very conflicting interests and stuff. So like, if you were to give someone your interests, then their interests could like possibly collide even more if you were just able to like maintain your positions and then negotiate through that. So like, what do you suggest doing in those cases?
Great question. And even more so because it nicely flips me into the next slide. So, of course, not always do all of our interests overlap. Okay, it's sometimes possible that like I have a certain interest, you have a certain interest, and there's no kind of common area. But you're far more likely to find commonality at the interest-based level than at the positional level. Yeah. So if you imagine this kind of case of these hypothetical icebergs that we have here, at the positional level, and this is I want 400 melons, I want 400 melons. There's no agreement. There's no common ground. Yeah? But when we drop down to the interest-based level, we find this common area here. Now, your point is quite right, that there's also all of this space here and all of this space here. So just doing interest-based negotiation is not like a magic bullet. If we went to the climate negotiations and we said, OK, everyone, let's all just switch to an interest-based style of negotiation, that's still not going to change the fact that there's some really difficult issues to resolve, that there's lots of this kind of space as well. But we're more likely to find something here than we are up here.
Basically, it's like you're playing with probability, so you're much more likely to get somewhere through interests than through position.
That's a good mathematical way of thinking about it, exactly. Yeah, like that you move into a context where the probability of finding, there is a probability or a possibility. Yeah, whereas at the positional level, often there's no possibility. And if you do find an agreement at the positional level, they're often very inefficient. Okay, so for example, the agreements that we saw today with the sharing of the melons, someone getting 200, the other one getting 200, or somebody getting the melons this year and somebody else getting the melons next year, these are kind of positional outcomes. They're not bad negotiations, they're not bad outcomes, because you've done your best you can to kind of split the difference. And so you've tried to be as fair as you can in that context. But in the end, you still have this space because there's still people that are going to be dying, or you still end up with a solution that's not so good. If you have that negotiation with your boss about coming in early, maybe he says come in early, and you're like, oh, okay, like it's not too much of drama to me, I'll just come in early. So you still kind of get an outcome and the project gets done. There's still a solution there, but it's nowhere near as good a solution if maybe you'd have been happier working from home. And in that context, you'd have created like more utility for everybody. Does that make sense? How am I doing on time? Terribly. Okay, let's skip these for a moment, and we're going to do another exercise because it's going to be more fun. So let's go. Let's start with Cornelis at the back, and we're going to go around, and Cornelis is going to say 1, Mohammed is going to say 2. Next person, 1, 2, 1, 2. If you don't want to play, then just don't say anything. Okay, Cornelis. Okay, let's start again. I didn't think this was going to be so tough, but it is hard. It's a lot harder with masks on. Okay, so loud and proud. Loud and proud.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1,
2.
1, 1, 2,
1,
2, 1, 2,
1, 2,
1,
2,
1,
1, 2, 1,
2,
1,
2,
1,
2, 1, 2,
1, 2,
1,
2,
2.
1.
Perfect. Well done. We've got to give yourself a round of applause. That seemed a little bit more challenging than we expected. Okay, so in a minute, in fact, let's do it now, first of all. Everyone that said 1, can you come to this half of the room? Everyone that said 2, can you come to this half of the room? Okay, awesome. So, thank you. Okay, so everybody on this side of the room, you are now part of Team Invincible. Yeah, let me hear from Team Invincible. Woo! Awesome. And on this side of the room, we've got Team Unbeatable. Whoa, that was really bad, Team Unbeatable. Woo! Awesome. Okay, so we're going to get into some messy negotiations. Okay, so you're divided into 2 teams: Team Invincible and Team Unbeatable. Awesome. And you're going to be negotiating for all of the items on this table. So one of the problems with exercises like the lemon-based exercise is you kind of know it's not real. It's like, well, at the end of the day, we know that the pregnant women aren't going to die. This is a real negotiation, okay? So everything on this table is up for grabs. And because I've come from Switzerland, I bought some Swiss chocolate, I bought some dog food and some cat food. I bought my 2 favourite negotiation books. This is the first negotiation book I ever got about 15 years ago, so that's going to be a big one for someone. There's my favourite modern book, there's some food, and there's a voucher for a 60-minute coaching session on negotiation from me. That's up for grabs. And there's some Doha Debates goodies, and there's a real-life chili plant. There's all these things. These are all up for negotiation, okay? Some of you are going to walk away with all of them items. But there's some catches. All of the items must be negotiated. Nothing can be left on the table. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. Everything on that table must go. If everything doesn't go, I'm taking everything back. And my girlfriend's going to be crazy happy with 50 Doha Debates pens. Okay? So it's all going to come home. If you don't come to an agreement, it's all going to come home with me. So in a minute, when we finish going through the rules, you're going to have 10 minutes within your group. It's a big group, so you're going to have to think about how you're going to do this. Some of you can go out, one group can go outside, one group can stay in here. It's up to you. I'm not going to tell you what to do, okay? You're going to have 10 minutes to prepare a strategy. Okay, so within your group, decide what's your strategy going to be. You're then going to come back into either this room, or we could also do it outside. We'll see how it feels. It's up to you guys. Yep.
When we do negotiate,
Yep.
what does that look like?
Yeah. They look like animals or like. You can't negotiate negotiation, so just tell us.
No, you can negotiate. Of course you can. In fact, actually, this is part of the debrief, but we'll come into it now. Normally, in a negotiation, you spend as much time negotiating how you're going to negotiate as you do actually negotiating.
Just tell us, because I want the chili plant.
Okay, so you're going to have 25 minutes to negotiate with the other group. If you need more time for your preparation, you also need to negotiate that with the other group. Okay? If no agreement is reached, all the items come back to me. Each group has to negotiate not just with the other group, but within your own group in terms of who gets what. So you guys might decide that you get that you're going to get the chili plant, and you agree that with that side, but then you need to decide in your group who's going to get the chili plant.
Oh my god, this is too much.
What? Oh, you guys are here. You guys are here because you want to do climate negotiations. This is like this is a walk in the park compared to sustainability. Come on. Okay, so to start with, it would be good if you decide on 2 representatives to begin the negotiation, but that's just to begin the negotiation. Once the negotiation begins, you can decide on it to organise it how you want. You're allowed to call at least up to 2 3-minute caucuses. So at one point, if you think you're close to an agreement, you can kind of like bring your whole group together and then have a meeting all together. Okay? Make sense? You can be creative. You can offer anything else that you want, any other products or services that you have with you or that you're willing to contribute, if you think the other group might want that. But that has to be delivered in some way. So like, for example, with my coaching session, that's on a certificate, so you'd need to give something like that up if you wanted to. But everything offered must be legal, nothing unethical, and nothing that will get me in trouble, okay? That's a very important rule. And again, all items must be negotiated for, so you can't decide to just flip a coin or just have some random process. You've got to actually agree it. Okay, very good. So I'm now just going to quickly run around and give you all of these rules on a piece of paper, and I've also listed all of the items on the back so that you haven't got to do that. You can, I mean, I'm not sure that's ethical, but you can your ethical principles.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's kidnap one of them.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey.
Thank you. This is the list of no.
Thank you.
No. Oh,
yes.
There we go.
A lot of thought that goes into making them, and the
Excuse me.
animals are mistreated all the time. Thank you. And I don't believe that we should do that.
Oh,
Okay. Dairy.
Thanks a lot. Okay, so the preparation time begins now.
Kind of ours. Yep.
They're the ones that already have the higher placement. Okay, what is everybody interested in on the table?
chili pot.
Chili pot? Okay, what else?
Come to Doha, I'll make chili.
We can open up to there. Okay, we can say that.
Yeah, thanks. I want it on 10 minutes if I can, but I don't. How do I? Yeah, that's whatever you think is best.
And what if they want it? What are we going to say? I told him I'm going to say I want the Swiss chocolate because my aunt wants it and she's like,
Yes, thank you.
She's like,
Thanks a lot.
old. She's never left the country.
Let's give them
She's
12
always
minutes.
wanted chocolate that's fresh from Switzerland. So yeah, that's my stuff.
Perfect, thank you.
One of the things that occurs to me is that we have
Oh, thank you.
we have to amongst ourselves also negotiate.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone. So we're going to go over by a little bit because we started a bit late, but that's okay. But we have 25 minutes for the negotiation, okay? Which is going to, and we can't extend it, I'm afraid, because I can't go much longer with the debrief. So, can you please bring your allotted representatives forward? Woo woo! And please begin.
Do we take a seat, Govind?
If you'd like to take a seat, you can set the seats up however you like. Okay, it's time to begin. Please start. Yeah, please, absolutely. And if you can speak with volume so people can hear as well.
Hello?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I will repeat 1 minute. So guys,
Lefty's arms. Right into that.
Thank you. Okay.
So, hello everybody. So, next to me is Kayana. I'm Cornelis. We represent the Invincibles. And our opening is that we want to acknowledge that it's in our best interest that we divide what's on the table so that we all get to bring something home as a nice reminder of this amazing morning together. And please start with telling us what is very important to you.
Okay, we'll just introduce ourselves. My name is Noura and this is Maggie. And we sort of have a similar interest, which is, try to be equitable, try to have, some sort of fairness, to share everything, especially whatever we can. And yeah, should we read what we want first?
If you want, you can go first and go ahead telling us what you like. So then we can, the same interest. We both have the same interest of getting 50-50 and trying to be as equal as possible. So we'll just listen to you first.
Yeah, I just want to add on that I really think everyone here should bring back something really special to them. Especially as we've come from such a long way all the way here and we've, completed this arduous journey. We should have something special and something that commemorates this experience for us.
So to start off, there are items on the table that are plentiful. So I think if we have 50 DOA debate pens, that's a good starting point, because that means, I think if it's up to us, that we could all take home a pen.
Exactly, and I think that there's actually more pens here than all of us in this room. So it's plentiful if we split it either according to you guys, according to your numbers if you want, or we can split it completely in half.
I definitely agree that there's a lot of items there's more quantity of them, but I feel it's more productive if we look at the items that only have 1 or 2 copies. Whether it's one of the books or the tote bags that are 6 pieces instead of 50.
However, we did agree that the pens are for sure splittable. So
would you guys be open to splitting it half?
The pens, we do agree on splitting them in half for sure.
Looking back at the items that are higher quantities, about the plastic folders, would that be the same thing where it's split in half?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's also good. Okay, So now moving on to more valuable items in terms of the interest of our team is the Linda chocolate. It's extremely important to us to hold both sentimental value. It aligns with the interest of almost everyone on our team. As mentioned previously, it's extremely sentimental to many, many members of our team. And we would be open to sharing them, opening the box and also dividing them, but it depends on what you guys want to do.
Well,
and we can reach an agreement.
You do have a dog, right?
We definitely do have a dog.
We have a dog,
So
yeah.
there's only one pack of pedigree dog chews.
But I don't think that is equal to the value of the chocolate. So I think you should offer something else
The
more.
dog that we have was a stray dog that Maggie actually brought from the streets, and she
Yeah.
raised him when he was a baby.
No, I'm a dog mom.
Yeah, he's extremely cute. She shows us the picture. He's a pug, and I don't like dogs, but he's actually a cute dog.
He is an amazing dog.
That's two things you guys have highlighted.
But yet, I understand you're trying to bid for the chocolate by telling us that you want to give us the dog food. But yet, I don't think that's equal enough. So I would like you to offer me something more.
Can I add something? So I think there's two packets of like individual chocolates and then one box of chocolates, right? Maybe we can rearrange, like do something with that.
Yeah, as I understand, there is someone vegan in your group, right?
No.
No?
No vegan.
Ah, I was so.
No vegans. No vegans.
She left.
No vegan at all.
Okay. Well, okay, let me tell you what we can do for the chocolates, which for us is super important. So I'm going to tell you what my offer is.
Okay.
If you want the chocolate, what we want in return is either the 2 books, getting to yes, and negotiating the non-negotiable, or you can give us 4 Doha debate bags. You can choose one of them.
Well, we also really want to donate bags, to be honest.
But
if it's very important to you,
it is crucial to mention that our team has more Italians. And most of the members here do reside in Qatar. So it would make more sense.
How we give you bags when we go back?
Yeah.
Exactly. So it makes
How
just
many
more.
did you guys say?
We wanted 4 bags, 4 Doha bags, in change for the chocolate.
We have Italians.
How many Italians do you have? 3. We have 1.
Yeah, not all of them. We only want 4.
the Linda chocolate first time, is that right?
For the chocolate, yeah, for the chocolate you wanted, exactly. For the big bag of chocolates.
So if anyone didn't get that, we will give up 4 Doha debate bags for the chocolate.
Now we have yeah.
Crucial topic issue over with.
Which chocolate?
Lindor.
Govinda, how much time do we have left? 2 minutes?
Like, because it's 2 boxes.
Now,
Okay, I believe it's crucial to look at the issue of the dog food and the cat food.
Before we go on, for the rest of the bags, can we take them?
yes.
Okay, it's crucial to look at the issue of the animal food. Karen, I believe you have a cat. Don't have a cat? Go ahead. Does anyone here have a cat? No. He has it. Put your hand down. Okay. Okay.
Yo, guys, Nora, and me.
Can we have like caucus with our team?
Okay, caucus. 2 minutes caucus.
What's going on?
What's going on? We're gonna like compete with our team.
Team Invincible, come!
But I think
Invincible, this way!
3-minute caucus.
Maybe you can also, because I would be interested in the book.
Thank you for the chocolates.
Wait for them.
Yeah.
The what? Where is it?
Giving anything away.
I want this
Oh, the
book.
coaching. Yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote it down.
Yeah.
This one, right?
Yeah. And
Hold on,
guys,
hold
get
on,
the
no,
cup.
Spice, guys. This one. No, why did you, sorry, can you just point it out for me, please?
I would like to have the coach all, but I don't.
This one.
Yes,
Okay,
this one. I
let
would
me
like
write
to
it down.
have
Does anyone have a pen? Okay, let's just look back at the stuff.
See, guys. Hey, see, no. We can get a very high return on that voucher for our team.
I don't think he's willing to give it up. He wants to take it. Sorry?
Excuse me.
Hey,
Yes?
we need you.
Yeah. Like all the other team wants it. So we can get a very high value if you want on that one. Okay. If you're willing to give it up. If you want, we can maybe get this one.
Can we like split it? So one is 30 minutes with you and another is 30? But does it have to be in the same day?
You're so dramatic.
Or you can give us like 30 minutes one day and 30 minutes another day?
It will be on Zoom, so it will be.
Okay, so let's tell them that I want 30 minutes and then they can have the other.
Okay, but now we have to think about getting our chocolate. And what else? The chocolate is still here.
No, you should have like was it for this chocolate? All the other chocolate and the bag is for big chocolate.
Oh, there's also a book there, the Palestine book. We have a team member who really wants that.
Basically, their team, the things they want the most is this one.
Yeah, but that was one
We
chocolate.
want this as well. We want this.
I'm willing to.
Wait, we're not offering anything.
You want the
No, the
Oh, I have their book.
Okay, what books do you guys want?
He's willing to give up this one if he has the knowledge.
I suspect they're going to want the Palestine book as well. So if you give this up as a gesture.
No, we don't want that one.
No, Aisha wants that one.
30 seconds.
And she's willing to give up the chili peppers.
But if they really want the chili peppers, I want the sunha book.
The Palestine book?
Yes.
Okay.
I got your back over here, Aisha.
Thank you.
خليها تطوير سفرية من هالرحلة يعني شيء ذكرني
عرض الكتاب احسن بس انه يعني هاي طريقه لانه وين بس فيها هاي مع انه حلو كذي
Okay, time.
You gotta play.
Oh, no one goes
No, but like, it's their time. Oh my God. Yeah, if you want to change representatives, you can. If you don't want, you don't have to.
Wait, what happened?
You can change representatives.
You can change representatives if you want, or keep the same representatives. It's no problem. Okay, let's go. The clock's ticking, guys.
Don't have to go where you are.
Let's go.
Maggie, clock's ticking.
Clock's ticking, guys. 13 minutes.
Clock's ticking.
Okay. Clock's going. Okay, we haven't got a lot of time.
So hello, I'm Nathan, you didn't know. And so, I was wondering, are there any specific books that you want out of the books that are printed there?
We want to actually throw that to you guys. We're open to negotiating on which books go to which parties.
I have some inside knowledge, and I think you guys want the orange book, right? Negotiating the negotiable.
I can confirm. But we do represent a large
have a proposition. If you guys really want the negotiating the non-negotiable book, as it is both a new book and is published by Harvard, we have someone that is extremely passionate about the Palestine issue, and also we have a person, and especially we want the Getting to Yes book as well, because we also feel that we need a negotiating book, as this class is on negotiation. And so we will be willing to exchange the Negotiating the Non-Negotiable for the Getting to Yes book, the Palestine book, and the...
So we get one book in exchange for free? I don't think
and
that's
okay, two books.
Two books. Two books and 2 books, split 50-50.
Which one?
Okay,
Which one are you guys?
no. So we'll give the Negotiating the Non-Negotiable book for Getting to Yes. So we'll give the Negotiating the Non-Negotiable book for the Getting to Yes and Soha book.
And the Machiavelli, so 2 books.
I feel that it's not fair, because the Orange book has a lot of value right now, and I think it will hold like as much value as the other two.
Please allow us to have the Machiavelli book, and you get the 60 minutes coaching session with Dr. Clayton, and while you're doing the coaching session, you actually might ask him for some other books he might have.
All right, we'll take that.
Yes.
So we have the mediation in Palestine and
Quello è
Machiavelli.
nostro.
We got the first.
Yeah, it's here.
No. No, we got it.
Hold on, guys. Can we rewind? No, there was some miscommunication. We couldn't hear because
There was a
there
misunderstanding.
was a misunderstanding. Let's
Yeah.
rewind. Okay,
So
let's rewind.
what we proposed was we were giving you Negotiating the Non-Negotiable and the Machiavelli book for Getting to Yes, Palestine, and the coaching session. That's what you agreed on.
No, you get the coaching session, and we then want the Machiavelli book and the mediation in Palestine book, and as I said, we present a large our delegation, and it's important to...
Can I just interfere?
No, we
No,
don't take.
sorry, no. We do also really want the Palestinian
Yeah.
book, because we feel that someone who is extremely passionate about
Can
this
I
is
suggest
not-
something?
Yeah.
Because is the person who wants the Palestinian book outside of the Feynman delegation?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're a part of the Feynman delegation.
But
I
she's
know the book.
9 minutes!
We're
9
finished?
minutes, so
Okay.
everything goes to Clayton.
Yeah.
What about you get the Egyptian papyrus, and we get the
Palestinian book.
Palestinian book?
No, sorry.
We're not open to giving up the Palestinian book. What we can do, though,
But you would be getting the orange book as well, Negotiating the Non-Negotiable.
We're not interested in the orange book.
what about, would you be interested in giving us that book in change of 30 minutes of the coaching? So we could split up the coaching? Is anybody in here interested in that? Because we talked to the...
Do we want to split the coaching team?
Is anybody interested in that?
We're very interested in that. Do we want the, what is the term?
So it's 60 minutes of coaching with Dr. Clayton, and we're available to give up 30 minutes. So
Split 30 minutes.
splitting 30 minutes for the Palestinian book.
No.
Fine. Okay. We will give you 45 minutes of the coaching session for the Palestinian book.
What are you willing to give up for the Palestinian book?
Huh?
What are you willing to give up for the Palestinian
This
book?
is what we are willing to do.
All right. For the Palestinian book, we're willing to give up Machiavelli and 45 minutes of the coaching session.
Also the Getting to Yes book?
No, sorry.
Hold on.
That is.
Guys, I think we can come back to it. We have a lot more stuff on the list. We have 7 minutes left. Let's just quickly negotiate the other stuff.
Okay.
For 5 pads of paper, would you guys be interested?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we agreed to give you guys 5 pads of paper.
Okay.
And the Egyptian papyrus goes to us as well.
Yes.
Is that okay?
You can have it.
Egyptian papyrus.
Who wants it?
Egyptian papyrus.
Okay, so you wanted the Egyptian papyrus, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So could we throw in the Egyptian papyrus also in the deal for
the Palestinian book alongside Machiavelli,
And
the
the
45-minute
30 minutes.
40-minute coaching session.
Speak again.
All right. So for the Palestinian Soha book, we will give you the papyrus, the Machiavelli book,
Yes.
and also 40 minutes of the coaching session.
Yes.
No, 40.
40.
Yes.
What would you?
Yes.
Yes, one.
Yes. And the mic.
And the
Can
mic.
you have the mic?
The monkey is coaching.
No.
Keep the mic up.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So please restate the terms again.
All right.
But
We have a Palestinian.
Guys, 6 minutes.
Who wants 30
Quickly,
minutes? We have 20
Guys,
minutes.
please tell us
We have 20 minutes of the session still.
okay.
what were your offers?
Okay.
So that we can separate it.
All right. So could we say this?
Yes,
All
of
right.
course. It was the papyrus.
Leave, he's making me uncomfortable.
Honestly, also, wait, can you please?
He's just listening.
Join the other team.
Okay, guys,
What do I do?
quickly, we have 6 minutes left.
Okay,
All right.
guys.
6 minutes, guys, 6 minutes, please.
So for the Palestinian book,
Yes.
we will give you Machiavelli, right? And then we said we'll give you the papyrus,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll give you 40 minutes of the coaching session.
40 minutes is fine, but throw in the Hotel Rwanda DVD and you're set.
No, sorry.
No.
that-
No.
Still a deal.
No, I'll give you chili. I'll give you a deal.
It's a deal. Good.
Yeah, okay, let's move on.
Next.
Next.
Let's move on. Guys, that's... Yes.
We got the papyrus book. We get the papyrus book. We got the Palestinian book.
Okay.
Never agree.
Okay, we need to move on. We have
Guys,
5
let's
minutes
move on,
left.
let's move on.
We're about to
So,
reschedule.
for the 3 post-its, is there a request for that?
We need,
For the
no,
3 post-its?
we don't require
No,
that.
actually, we would like the 3. We can give you the 3 post-its if you give us the pack of chestnuts.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
So, pack of chestnuts for them and 3 post-its for us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Che voleva. Mi ricordo.
And also, for the orange book, could we have the chili plant and the Getting to Yes book?
No.
No, that's a big ask.
We can give you the Hotel Rwanda DVD.
Yes, alongside that.
We want the mic.
We're not up.
So give us the mug and the chili plant.
See, a lot of your delegation is from Qatar. We have a very passionate person from Italy who wants this mug, and this is a Doha Debates mug. So you will be able to get it, technically, the mug in Qatar.
Then can we have the Rwanda DVD?
Yes, you can have the Rwanda DVD.
4 minutes.
We want the mic.
We'll get to the mug.
We want the mic.
No, we can't risk it.
What?
I want a break. We have a 3-minute break.
Wait.
It doesn't interrupt this time.
How interested are you?
It does interrupt this time.
Alright, let's get the chili and let's get the hotel.
Lala, we want the
How interested are you in the Palestine book? Palestine book. I know. We're reopening a debate.
Who said that?
So we got this and the mug.
Who said that?
Guys, we're wasting too much
Guys.
time. I think we should go back to renegotiating.
Dog food,
Listen.
and DVD.
Okay.
How interested are you in the Palestine book?
We don't want to reopen the negotiation yet for the Palestinian book. But
Is there anything particular you would like in change of the chili?
let's get. I feel like it's best if we get some of the stuff that we don't really like, that we just don't mind getting.
No, but before that, I would really like to open the discussion on the
You
plants.
guys want the Getting
On the
to Yes
plants.
book?
Yes.
What are you willing to give up for?
I would like to know what you would like in change of that.
All the books left.
Yes.
The what?
All the
All the
books
books
left.
left.
No, sorry, for just the plant. For just the
What are we
plant.
doing?
No.
Okay, leave. Guys, close the negotiation.
Then getting to yes plus the plan.
Getting to
Okay,
this
we
first
will give you the orange book, Negotiating the Unnegotiable, and
Okay.
for the mug.
No.
That's okay.
Yep, okay.
Done. Okay.
And also, we want the Getting to Yes book as well. We want that book.
If you guys get that one, can we get the Hotel Rwanda DVD?
Yes.
Okay.
put the plant please on our
2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. And we want the plant, and you can have literally everything else on there. There's chocolates, there's wafers, everything.
there's gel, there's everything.
That's a deal.
Wait. May I offer the dog treats as a gift for the lovely lady?
Aww, I appreciate that.
Okay, you've got 1 minute, 50 seconds to divide it amongst your groups. Everybody needs to take what they're agrees for them.
We will not make it. We will not make it.
You have a chili plant. Do you want to start? We want to keep going. Everybody else. Excuse me, my negotiator. Yes? You have to tell them. Tell them.
Woo!
Okay, in 58 seconds, we need to have whatever you're getting and be back in your seats.
So we're not going to negotiate who gets what now. We're just not going to do it.
You're not going to do that?
No, and you didn't tell us we had to.
I did tell you had to, but okay, you can negotiate it after. Okay.
We had to do it within this time.
Yeah, I did. So,
No, that's what you meant.
Okay. Okay. Okay, back to your seats. Back to your seats. Okay, right then. So we're going to go 50. Okay. There's huddle up. Hey, so first of all, give yourselves another round of applause. Great job. Okay, so we could literally debrief that negotiation for the next 2 hours. But unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes, so we're going to try and just touch on some of the key points. Hey guys, I'm not going to start until everybody's ready. Okay, so were your groups successful? Does everyone feel that they were successful? James?
I thought it was successful. We obviously managed to divide everything. I feel that in the end it was like, oh, we're running out of time. It doesn't matter who gets what. Let's just do it. I don't know if that is success or if it's like
So there's a kind of there's two kind of there's a good and a bad side to that, right? So I remember one of my first memories of negotiation was when the Good Friday Peace Agreement was being negotiated in Ireland. And I remember watching the news as like a relatively young person and them saying, if they don't reach an agreement tomorrow, the negotiations are going to break down. And I was just like, why the hell would, like, are these guys too busy to stay and negotiate peace? Why would you put a deadline in place? But it's for exactly that reason, that a deadline focuses your attention. Of course, the flip side of that is that deadlines can also lead you to making agreements that perhaps you haven't cleared with everybody. Not everybody's been put on board. I mean, you think of the Colombia Peace Agreement that broke down would be an example of an agreement that perhaps there wasn't enough efforts made to get buy-in from the population in different types of ways. So yeah, so the time pressure definitely helped you to get an agreement, but maybe, you know, as we saw at the end with a bit of confusion, also caused some problems. Mohammed. Yeah.
Which like we all did, so I think it's a success, regardless of the other priorities, but the main goal was done.
Yeah, absolutely. So a really important point, and if this class was for like 2 days, we would now be spending like 2 hours talking about this. But a really important point is before you enter into any negotiation, Nellifer. This is the learning bit. So before you enter into any negotiation, one of the things you always have to be clear on is what's the best option that I have outside of that negotiation. Like, what's my kind of BATNA, as we call it, the best option outside of the negotiation? Now, you think about the climate negotiations, the BATNA is pretty terrible. If we don't reach an agreement at the table, global temperatures are going to continue to rise, et cetera, et cetera. In your case, it was even worse, because it's like your BATNA was nothing. You get nothing. So anything that you got in this negotiation improved everybody's position. Yeah? And so under that metric, like exactly as you said, Mohammed, it was a success. Any agreement was going to be a success for everybody. Yeah? Anybody else feel like it was or wasn't a success? No.
I feel like it was a success because I'm proud of both teams, even though we're better, but I'm proud of both because we picked the best people that we thought would negotiate with the other team. So we started from the position of how can we best serve them, and I feel like they started with who can best serve us. It wasn't like who represents us the most passionate. Like it wasn't the most kind of like vociferous of us. It was the one we thought, and then we all as a team decided to make sure that whatever our negotiators decided in that moment, that was the best decision they were going to get. There's no point in being like, I would have done it different, or this is more important to me. So we had that sense of community, and I think that I felt like even the other team, they were willing us to do good, and I think that was really special.
Just quickly, did the other team feel the same way?
Yes, actually.
Yeah? Okay, yeah, really, really, really good. So actually, and I was actually surprised, to be honest with you, but like what worked really well is you all really did empower your negotiators. Like, I expected to see much more kind of within-team negotiation. And it only really seemed to happen maybe with the Palestine mediation book a little bit. But like, but generally speaking, you trusted your negotiators. You said, okay, we're going to empower you guys to go into the room and negotiate. And what that meant is that you made it a one-level negotiation. So the negotiation was generally just between those in the center, and they were trading and everybody else was happy. This could have very easily been a two-level negotiation, where every decision went back to people. And perhaps that's to do with the time pressure. Maybe if I'd given you like another hour, there'd have been a lot more caucusing and going back to each other. And that's another way you can think about the kind of the relation to climate-related and sustainability-related negotiations, that the people in the room have to be creative and clever, and the ones at the table have to try and find solutions. But ultimately, there is a multi-level negotiation, because it's not up to the people in the room. They're representing their governments, and them governments are representing their countries, and their countries are representing the population. And so if the population won't accept certain procedures, the people at the room would have their kind of hands tied. And so again, if we had like 2 days, we could talk a lot about different ways in which you can work with multi-level negotiations. I'm going to flip through some of these because we haven't got much time. Yeah, did you have a planned bargaining strategy? What was the strategy?
Ours was inverse psychology. Like, for example, we're not going to say what, but we created something like pretending we wanted it really bad. So then they thought it was so important for us, and then we said, okay, we just give it off to you.
Good job.
And then they believed us, and they gave us something we actually really wanted.
And we don't know, so we don't care.
Well, so that, I'm a bit sad to hear that, because at the point when I came in the room, after just speaking for the last hour about positions and interests, and you've got all these like sly underhand tactics going on. I mean, what I really liked was that one of the groups started off with the common interests. So we started off to try to map out the interests. And I thought this started off really fantastically. Why didn't this really work? It was the other team's fault.
No, I think our interests were just about us.
Yeah, exactly. You created your interests, but you didn't enroll the other team in these interests. So you said, oh, let me think about the interests. Yeah, and these are really, most of these are good interests. And I was like, wow, this is great. But when the other team came in and they were like, positional, give me a list. What do you want? And you were like, yeah, I've got my list ready. And they're like, and you dropped straight in. And then this was just forgotten. And what I was most sad about is that you guys were creating loads of extra value. So you were having a discussion about, oh yeah, I could buy a pastry. Amjad offered to add into the negotiation drinks for the whole team. For the whole team. But you bartered about everything else. So this was all available and on the table, but in the heat of the negotiation, this got lost. And this is the extra value. Like, this is the extra value that was available. So you had all this stuff on the table, and now nobody's got these drinks. I mean, Amjad's, he's better off. but like, other than Amjad, everybody else is worse off in this situation. The same with the pastry and the same with the other drinks that were available. So in a way, you started off, like, this was fantastic. I was like, oh, God, I'm so excited to see how this develops. And it was dead in 15 seconds of the negotiation beginning. And that's totally understandable, because that's what happens in negotiations, is that we think, oh, we're going to be like interest-based mindset, and then we come up against someone, and this comes back to Amjad's question earlier on, who adopts a positional stance, and we drop straight into that. You know, it's like, yeah, bang, get me, I'm ready to negotiate. Like, so what we've got to do when we come up against someone who kind of brings that positional mentality is try and coax them back into the interests. So, you know, for example, what you could have done is said, oh, these are our interests, but let's get rid of this page. Like, let's create our shared interests together. So let's just like list together what we want. And you did that a little bit by talking about, I think the opening remarks, you all spoke about how, you know, nobody wanted to leave with nothing, and so you tried to find that. But you could have done that in a slightly more structured way. Does that make sense? Very good. Did you try and build a relationship at the start of the negotiation? No. No. Do you think you approached each other as kind of competitors or companions trying to solve the same problem? 100% competitors, which is hilarious, because literally 4 minutes before the negotiation began, I was talking to you. Don't think about people as competitors. Don't negotiate face to face. Face the problem together. The whole setup was set up. Look where the chairs are. They were set up in a way where you could kind of face the problem together. And instead, you were like, no, this is how we negotiate. As if we're having like a gun duel or something like that. Yeah? So, and again, you could have spent more time at the start of the negotiation. I said this when Nell questioned me about it. In most negotiations, you will spend as much time negotiating how the process will be. So there could have been certain rules, like we won't speak over each other. Each person will have kind of like 20 seconds to make an offer and a counter offer. We'll put in place the caucus after 5 minutes so we can go back and check with our teams. This would have only taken a few minutes to organise, and it would have made it a little bit less kind of chaotic throughout the process. But we're also keen to negotiate. We just want to dive in there and get going and like try and work out what we can. But a little bit of structure and order can help you to kind of keep on the interest-based track. Make sense? I'm not going to go into all of these because we just don't have time. So the kind of key points from what we were discussing this morning with this distinction between positions and interests. And remember, what I said is the one thing I want you to get from this negotiation, from this session today, is this distinction between positions and interests. So like when I go kind of walking in the woods now, and I can tell this distinction between different types of trees, I want you to enter into a negotiation and think, is this a positional negotiation or is this an interest-based negotiation? Yeah? And some of the kind of key elements were there that we could tell that this was very much a positional negotiation. Like there was lots of attempt to hide your interests. We had people pretending they didn't have a cat. I mean, that was a hilarious point. It was like, have you got a cat? Yes, no. Like, you know, so, and there was lots of this. When both groups, when you're in the preparatory phase, and I went up and they were like, we can't say that we want the chocolates. We mustn't say that we want the plant. Like, and so you were all trying to kind of like hide what your interests were, which made it very hard to trade on the level of what mattered the most. In fact, one of the really interesting things to observe from this discussion is there's different ways you can build a negotiation. So the way that you guys tend to build it is you started off with kind of the most valuable item it seemed with the chocolate, and then you built small bits piece by piece. Now that's good and can help in this type of context because you can kind of build success on top of success. The problem is if you then get to the end and you've left one valuable item, like the plant, you've got nothing else left to trade with. Except you had a few, you know, luckily there was enough small bits that you could do that trade. If it was only the plant left, then you're like, well, you know, what do we do with the plant? It's like it's.
But then you would go back, like any smart negotiation would be like, we've landed on this, but we've agreed on so much. So where is the give? Where can we see in what we have? But I have a different. Can I ask the other side a question?
Let me just respond to that exact point, and then you can answer that question. But yeah, but then when you do exactly what you just said, you have what the negotiator said here, which is like, whoa, 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 all this stuff's agreed. Don't go messing with our agreement where everything's agreed. Like this is all written in stone over here. Sorry.
Did their team, like, were you all equally participating, or did you have someone who I'm not without this piece of paper. This piece of paper means everything to me. So I kept thinking like, am I doing the wrong thing by trying to get my team? Because every time we went out, I was like, come on guys, you're doing such a good job, we're working together. But equally, it's one person being like, shut up, or you talk, or are you ready to lose this because you're gonna lose it? Like I felt quite domineering maybe.
You were being a little bit domineering. But no, I mean, it's difficult, right? So in particular, when you're under time pressure, it's hard because, you know, often you need someone to take a leadership role, but then you get the type of problems that we saw in this simulation, which is that, like, certain people feel left out of the discussion for a second. And I think ultimately everybody was trying their best to incorporate everyone. But I'm sure there's some people in this room now that feel like, yeah, my voice wasn't quite heard so much. And so, you know, that's part of negotiating, as part of leadership, is learning how to communicate in that way. So I wouldn't say anyone didn't think wrong, but there's certainly ways in which you could think about how, at the very start of the process, for example, like electing a leader or something like that, in which you could have something. Okay, I've got like no time left. So I've already kind of touched on these for the last few minutes, but you can think of this negotiation might not have felt so real. It's like we're negotiating over chocolates. What does this have to do with sustainability? But the themes that have come up in this simulation are exactly the same types of things you'd see, even at the highest level types of negotiations. There was multi-issue. You know, we weren't negotiating over carbon credits and different types of taxes. It was about chocolates and about plants. But nevertheless, there's different issues that matter different amounts to different people. And it was particularly interesting with the Palestine book that didn't seem to matter very much to one group, but did to the other group. And so how you leverage those different things and how you design trade-offs is a key part of all types of negotiations. I've already mentioned the importance of multi-level negotiations, time pressure, and the differentiated needs. So if you want to look at my slides, I've got 3 steps that you can check out in the future that kind of tell you how to design the process a bit differently. I'm not going to go through that in any depth. So then just kind of like finally, just to wrap up.
They're negotiating the negotiation.
Okay, just like last minute. Okay, so last thing to remember, what we've kind of covered today. First of all, we did the fist exercise, and you got a little insight into what your natural negotiating style is. That will have also come out a lot in these other 2 simulations. So if you've noticed that you're the type of person that tends to step forward, think about how you might step back sometimes. If you're the type of person that sat back a lot, think, well, what can I do to get myself more into the negotiations next time? But kind of the key point, and this key distinction that I want you to remember, and it's the key point I've stressed repeatedly for the last hour, is this distinction between positions and interests. And if you get clear on this, and if you start to apply it in your different types of negotiations, it will transform your life. I guarantee it. If you start to see that kind of code when you're engaging in different types of interactions, it will shift the way you work, the way your personal relations work, and the kind of ultimately how successful you can be as a change maker. So always be thinking about when you enter into negotiations. If you get time and you've not seen them, please check out my Better Conversations video series that's available on YouTube. And there's more skills that relate to the things we've touched on, including positions and interests, if you need a refresh. But thank you so much for coming along. I hope you got something from it. Thank you. And I hope you have a safe journey home. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Well, you are the expert in all.
It's funny that it's plenty of room and you are all there together. It's easier, at least for us, to look at you while speaking.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon and welcome. We can start with our roundtable about scientific communication, fake news, and denialism. About the topics of sustainability. I am Stefania Romenti and I will moderate this roundtable together with Riccardo Grassi, Eleanor Colleoni, who are there, as you can see, and then we have Astrid Caldas and Asher Mins, who are connected online, and I will introduce them later. Okay, when I was first invited to this panel, the first thing that came to my mind is this meme. Can you? Okay. That I just saw a couple of days before. As you know, this is the famous meme from the Brothers Coen movie where James Franco asks the guy close to him who is crying whether it is the first time he is about to be executed. The meme has been used for making fun and also reflect about different public situations in which people somehow get executed by the public. And the most striking for our discussion today is this meme, where you see a climate change scientist who tries to reassure his virologist colleague. And the climate change scientist is now used to be judged by the public on his research, while for the poor virologist it's the first time. So, well, I think that this is a perfect example of what happened and with the COVID-19 public discussion, which for the first time globally exposed the crisis of trust in science and the issue related to science communication. Of course, as the meme suggests, it has been there for a while, but only now we have all realized that we have a problem in the way we communicate science, probably, and on the trust of the public opinion on the scientific facts. This crisis is even more complex considering the growth of fake news and misinformation that have made the diffusion of information about scientific facts even more difficult and absolutely unclear. So today we would like to discuss the dangerous role that fake news plays in our society, in particular when discussing some crucial and urgent matters such as climate change. Climate change has been one of the most debated and criticized scientific fact of the last 20 years, and the debate about climate change has been configured as only emotionally charged and very polarized, but it also involved very different actors and stakeholders. So the diffusion of fake news has made this debate all difficult within society, even more complex and a bit confused. Today we will discuss these topics with our guest. So first of all, I want to invite the first speaker, Eleanor Colleoni. She is a researcher at this university, at IULM University, and she's expert of social evaluations, of reputation, and she's studying very deeply throughout some experiments and so on, the impact of fake news on reputation. So I would like that you, Eleanor, can introduce the impact of fake news on society in general,
Yes.
please.
So thank you all, and thank you for having me here. I'm very happy, actually, not only to be here, but seeing that all around the city, it's plenty, right, of discussion about sustainability and how we can make our world better. It's very nice. And actually, today we are the goal of my talk is just to provide you initial, like some suggestions on the role that fake news plays on society, and then we will go more in details with the other colleagues on climate issues specifically. So if you can move to the first. So first of all, fake news is actually a real problem. So we used to think that fake news were I don't know, like marginal phenomena, right? Like maybe our grandparents that were not really able to use digital technologies, and we were actually blaming them. But the truth is that actually almost all of us now has been exposed to fake news and probably also shared fake news in the last years. And as you can see from this figure, is actually quite incredible, right? Here you can see the Facebook engagement on top 5 elections. This is from 2016. And you can see that basically over engagement for top 20 election stories, 8 millions of the shared informations are basically fake, so more than half of what was shared during that election was actually fake, which is something incredible. And well, we can see also here the top topics, and well, the Pope Francis endorsing Donald Trump for president, and then a number of actually fake news against Hillary Clinton, who, you know, they say that she was very somebody claimed that she actually lost the elections because of fake news. And so fake news is really, really a real problem for our society. So if you could move to the next. Thank you. But fake news is also dangerous, and it's dangerous, first of all, for our democracies. And here you can see the examples of Cambridge Analytica. I don't know whether you, you heard about that. It's basically this consultancy company, data-driven consultancy firm based in London that actually teamed up with the Republican Party for the election in the US. And they had access to these like 50 and more millions of profiles, user profiles on Facebook, actually through the university, through a grant that they got at the university, and then they use this data to basically profile individuals and with the goal of manipulating, right, the public opinion. And of course, what then came out was that one of the key things that they did was basically planting fake news, right? So it wasn't, they were not only manipulating people by basically showing them like advertisement based on their own profiles, but also using fake news to create this sort of an emotional engagement, right? With the goal of shaping the elections in the in USA. So fake news, first of all, is dangerous for our democracies. Can you go to the next one? Thank you. But fake news is also dangerous, like for our society. So here you can see also what happened in the United States, in Carolina. Actually, this happened. So what happened is that there was this alt-right group in the U.S. who shared this fake list of restaurants that actually were involved in child abuse. So they were like a cover for child abuse, and then this guy from Carolina showed up in this at this restaurant and shot the owners and another couple of people who were there. So fake news are also dangerous because of the way they are built, like these shocking, very strong emotional things that that basically almost all the time ties with this conspiracy theories, right? And which actually expose the most fragile individuals in our society to things like this one, right? Can you go to the next one? fake news, and this is our role, and actually we are starting actually now to study and to investigate is the role of fake news, not only in manipulating society, but also trying to understand who is behind this fake news and the strategies, the communication strategies that they actually apply in order to manipulate society. So that's what this is a project that we just started, so unfortunately we still don't have anything ready to share, but what we call this dark PR. So basically PR agencies that are unethical, of course, and they try to manipulate the public opinion through the fake news. And here you have an example of that happened, which happened during the COVID crisis and all the debate around the vaccine. So at some point, basically a number of influencers received this message from this Russian-linked PR agency, which was, but it wasn't really clear who they were, but asking them to basically share negative content about the Pfizer vaccine. And we know the power of communication, right? In this case, if we think also about what happened to AstraZeneca as well, right? All the issues that were that the company had to face, and most of them were driven by fake, actually. So one of the key issues and the key problems for fake news that is really to understand, I mean, not only where they come from, but also like the plan behind this, right? Because what we know is that through this fake news campaign, they were actually able to move to a point where we had like 20% of individuals refusing to get a vaccine, right? So this is huge, right? The power of this fake news. Next slide. And so if we think what we know so far, just a very high level, is that the motivation and the actors driving fake news are basically three main actors. So for commercial actors, so we know that fake news are spread actually in finances. They used to to use rumors to actually change the stock market. So this is not new in the financial and stock market industry, but it's new for us. And of course, the commercial actors that gain money and power from this are, of course, PR and communication agency, most of all, through advertisement and traffic augmentation, okay? And then we have political actors. What we call populism is mainly driven by the political actors who use fake news to create this, to diffuse this propaganda and to basically reach the attention and engage in a unfortunately, in a distorted way, and to draw the attention of the citizens. And of course, one of the key issues here is related to the fact that these types of communication, when it's linked to political things, is actually creating a lot of polarization within society, as we also saw in the example. And finally, societal actors. So there was this actually crazy example in Italy. They tracked down one of the guy who was diffusing most of the fake news in Italy, and it turned out he was a 50 years old unemployed guy who basically, when he was interviewed, he said, but I mean, I like doing it. I mean, it's so fun, and I have so many people following me, and it was so powerful from his point of view. And this guy would just wake up every morning, like faking things and, like shocking things that never happen, and with a huge impact, because his fake news were like shared, I don't know, thousands of times, right? But for the guy, it was all a matter of, but I have a lot of influence and power because of this. And it was this guy in the middle of nowhere. So there is also, of course, a societal issue. So next slide, and last one, promise. And so how can we respond to fake news? So, of course, one of the things, unfortunately, one of the few things that we started to do was, of course, to a number of fact-checking organizations pop up. So now we at least have some public and private and NGOs who try to create, to at least verify like the most important news. And of course, we need to continue to ensure and to ensure that these types of organizations continue doing their great work. But then there is, of course, an issue of information literacy and media literacy, right? So we need, all of us, we need to be careful before sharing sharing information online. So it's not only like kids or our grandparents, it's also us. We need to make sure that before diffusing strong and content, we are aware and we are sure that this is true, right? And then, of course, there is all the issue of taking control over the platforms, right? So most of this content is shared on social media, which are actually private and commercial. So what the point is that how can we regulate, right, this type of situations on the one end? So can the state and in our case, of course, European Union regulate and these private actors, and on the other side, the crucial point is, can actually Facebook and all these private actors act as gatekeepers? So if you remember when they, on Twitter, they basically closed the account of Trump, this was something huge, right? Can you really, as a private actor, shut down the account of a politician? Right? Is this a right that can you become a gatekeeper of information? So these are all critical issues that are, of course, we are starting now to, as communicators, to face. Unfortunately, we are still debating this, but these are, of course, crucial points that we need to address when thinking of fake news. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you, Eleanor, for your contribution. And now I want to leave the floor to Riccardo Grassi. I am very honored to introduce you because you have so a successful career. Just a few words about your career. Riccardo is a journalist with a long background as organizer and manager of media, communication initiatives, and journalist trainer. Born in Argentina, he lives in Italy since many years, and since 2003 still works in Afghanistan with Afghan media, civil society organizations, and as a head of UNESCO Kabul Communication and Information during a 3-year period. His participation today is part of IPS Academy Citizens Platforms activity with UNESCO Communication and Information sector that within the framework of COP26 is enhancing a climate change and sustainable development dialogue among knowledgeable youth in Africa, Asia, Caribbean countries, and Latin America, with a special focus on the impact of climate change, disinformation, and fake news. So, Riccardo, can you present your perspective on the critical role that social media is playing in empowering citizens, but at the same time and diffusing misinformation? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, thanks in general for inviting me here, to you, to IULM, and thanks to you to be here. I'm so happy. After almost 2 years, I have not been physically together with others in a meeting, but webinars, which are fine, fortunately, and it's part of the things that we need to use and to learn how to use it properly. But I will arrive to that before all my presentation tries to have a critical lens, not to look critically to what happens, but to look critically on how are we doing at the same time, because otherwise we don't move forward. And besides being an author and a journalist, I enjoy trying to be an activist, because otherwise we don't move things, and to change things we need to mobilize. So communication is a professional activity, And this is substantial concept to bear in mind. When we go through analyzing misinformation and disinformation and fake news, fortunately there are some academic researches that I'm being taking that helps us to understand that how much things are organized, planified, and funded. It doesn't happen just because it happens. There's a decision of moving into fake news and to confuse through disinformation. And that decision, there's people that is linked to some interests, and they know that needs to be organized properly, and that for that you do need professionals. The impact of this regarding our matter of concern, which is climate change threatened and moving towards a sustainable way of living, has an enormous impact. I mean, because it has been basically organized through 5 super claims, as they call it, the research that then I will give you the details, which consist of, and then have 49 sub-claims altogether. It's that much organized. But the main ones are, this is not happening. I mean, climate change is not really happening. It is not us. It's not produced because of us. I mean, it is not that bad. That's another of the claims. Solutions will not work. And scientists are unreliable. These are the main elements of that disinformation activity that has been very successful, and it is very successful. The accent moves according to the circumstances. Mostly, the research are mostly referred to United States behavior because it's the bigger country and at the same time contributes to the climate change problem in the 40%. I mean, you may know probably that the climate change issue, the north, or the global north, as they call it, is responsible for the 92%, and the global south for the 8%. You put it upside down, the global south suffer mostly the consequences and not the global north, particularly in terms of poverty, impact on poor people, etc., etc. So that is the reality that we need to consider all the time, but also to when we shape our activities. There is a global south that must be incorporated into the information and the communication, because currently and objectively means according to statistics, there's quite a lot of information circulating in the north and much, much less in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and also in the Arab world in general. No? With exceptions, but this is what happens particularly. Sorry.
Would China be an exception too? Would China be an exception?
No, China is in the global south. We don't know why, but this is, you see, they've been changing. They changed the names, not us. I mean, we were been moving from underdeveloped to developing to, and certainly global south. That just is a geographical indication. Not even accurate, because I mean many of the global south countries are in the north of the globe and not in the south, so it might be that. In brief, the impact of this disinformation and misinformation, the outcome, let's say. I mean, in general, it has delay actions. And in general, It has reduced climate literacy, have provoked public polarization, has cancelled out accurate information, and it's reinforcing climate silence. No? Now, I will give you a couple of examples on how things can be organized. As it was said about me, I mean, as Stefania said, I've been working, and I work in Afghanistan. At a certain moment, people like me were invited to a conference in Dubai organized by NATO, the coalition of countries that were conducting the war in Afghanistan. So they decided that they were meeting every end of the year, around the beginning of December, to decide what would be the narrative on the Afghan war for the next year. And so I learned that this was a technical exercise that I didn't know about. It's really technical. The NATO chief communicator arrives from Brussels. It's, in general, in that case, it was a former BBC war correspondent, comes with 2 pages written on each side, and cannot be 2.5, it's 2, with a main element, a central element of the narrative, and what comes and what derives, I mean, out of that basic element. They discuss it and they approve it, or they polish it, they shape it according to what happens in the discussion. You are invited there with the condition that you will not be reporting who says what. So in that first time I went, and it was December 2012, the main concept was, this is an Afghan war, and we came here to help you. And this was total lie. The invasion was not because there was an Afghan war that the United States and the NATO country want to help the Afghans to get rid of the war. Actually, the war started again and went on until the other day. What happens next? That this was approved, and after 6 months, because of the role of media, even Afghans were saying, oh no, this is our war, and they are trying to help us. And everybody knew that when the invasion took place, there was no war. There were winners and losers. Taliban had won, and the Northern Alliance was taken away. What they did is to take Taliban away and put those of the Northern Alliance in power. But that's another story, and I'm not going to go too long on that. But this is just an example to realize how things are organized and what can happen, because then comes mainstream media, social media. I mean, everything is there to deliver the message, the narrative. So that's why we talk about narratives, which is fiction, no? In this case. Another example, negative. This one, well, that one was negative also, but this is negative from a humanitarian perspective. Always refer to Afghanistan, but that's what I've been mostly in the last 20 years, so that's it. There were some very good groups concerned and working very well on the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Afghanistan is a country where there are many, many community-level conflicts because of many reasons, including tribal differences, clan conflicts, and well, that's how that society is. So they were very skilled Afghans and very successful. because after a while, there were thousands of conflicts that were resolved through dialogue and not by killing each other. Yeah. They created peace councils. They interact with the judicial system that in many cases say, no, first try to resolve it in the peace council, then if it doesn't work, you come to us. This was an understanding also with the police and the forces of order. But they did not have a communication plan. I mean, a plan to let each single Afghan to know that it was possible to resolve a conflict talking and not violently. Because in general it happens that it's not part of the NGOs to concern about communication. Except the big ones, the ones you all know, that operate internationally, have a lot of funding, and so of course they do have a communication plan, a budget for that, skilled people to implement it. In the rest, and this is worldwide, NGOs are really aware of the absolute relevance of this. And this was the case with these people working on resolving conflicts peacefully. And as my work includes not only organizing media and training journalists, but trying to build a synergy between media and civil society organizations, because civil society is a relevant source of information and opinion, and know much more than many others because they are working at local levels. So any media should include them among the sources that you must consult. So I was trying to build this, particularly in this case, and then came another problem, that you function in a reality like the Afghan one through donors that approve your proposal and give you what is needed to implement it. Well, it took 3 years. My plan was, let's cover each case, and through media we disseminate it throughout the country so that any Afghan in any corner of Afghanistan will know about this, and so we contribute to build a culture of peace instead of violence, because we show that it is possible. Well, it took me 3 years to get $136,000 that allowed to cover, because we did in a way that at least we were able to cover 24 cases. So I mention this because then it gives you the measure of your dependency, what could produce even if you have the best of intentions. Then, according to the reality, because not everything is resolved with money, according to the reality, you may appeal to imagination and creativity to nevertheless resolve things. No? In a place in war, it's more complicated. Nevertheless, we managed to cover 24 cases, and in that circumstance were the NGO experts training reporters about the rationale of conflict resolution, for instance. And then they were going to the communities and staying there some days to cover what was happening. So my perception as a climate change activist and committed person, and that's why we have created this citizens platform on climate change and a sustainable world, which is concerned only about proper information, accurate information, dissemination of this information, which means communicating, and to build interaction and debate. Because we did that because it was missing. And it's still missing. And so, together with the fact that it's impossible for a regular citizen to go into internet and get answers to her or his interest, because you can never know where do you get the proper information, where to go, I mean, it's a total insecure, uncertain environment, because it's bigger than the universe. I mean, it's the universe, not the globe. It's a universe, no? And that multiplies itself and goes and goes and goes and goes. So we decided, let's start moving to eliminate confusion. Because, I mean, this situation where you get contradictory information, the disinformation and fake news organized, you need to start creating points of reference where people start knowing where do I get and not things. We are getting more elements, I think, in the global north, because there are more financial resources, probably more skilled people, but basically more financial resources. So there's quite a lot of information, and good information, that is circulating, no? I mean, there are cases being covered, because here comes the other part. Things that are being implemented by people elsewhere. But we know very little about that. And this, for us, must be important, because this information confusion has led to inactivity, to frustration. It's already there installed what is mentioned as eco or climate anxiety, because you start getting all this, and then it happens, well, is this true or not? And if it's true, what can I do? And that's the main question that came up. Because thanks in the last few years to this Youth Fridays for Future Action, I mean, I think we can say that today climate change is no longer an opinion, but it's a fact. But then grows the question, what can I do? And then where do you get the answer to that question? And the answer to that question is having access to what many people is implementing today, and that this happens really worldwide. Because of this activity linked to the pre-COP and COP in Glasgow that we are carrying together with UNESCO now, we've been producing, and we are producing, webinars with youth in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, South Asia, and the small island states in development, as they say, yeah. Well, they come with concrete examples, no? I mean, we looked for knowledgeable youth in terms of knowing existing solutions and best practices, let's say, no? So you start learning how things happen. Now, this should be part of a communication plan. I mean, something that is organized. And then coming together, because we have the means. I mean, social media is there, plus the internet facilities. We have the means to come together, to elaborate together, but to disseminate together the enormous amounts of data and information, and specific information that there's around, but goes there. So this is my critical approach to what we are doing, see? I mean, there's no doubt that if what Greta started and became Fridays for Future, well, there's an organization there, and there's a planification there. This professional aspect of communications, of course, will never eliminate the role of personalities. because then it's your personality, you present in a certain way, it's also your imagination, your creativity, and includes the pleasure of doing these things. Mahatma Gandhi in India, when he was leading the ways to end with the British Empire domination, he had something that we should always keep in mind. Every day that I don't provoke some kind of reaction on the other side, that day I have failed. Now, I would like to conclude with another point. One level is giving people access to information, and it's people's right. And it's our duty to try to do it, and to do it accurately, working with scientists in the case of climate change. If certain things have been rather balanced, it's because from the scientist side, well, science communicators started playing an increasing role, which means thinking how to communicate, because academics don't know. I mean, academics know how to communicate among themselves. Let's say scientists know how to communicate. They produce papers, let's say, no? And it's fine. But then those papers should be translated for normal people, because usually it's full of very important things. So this is to say that we should also think that we mobilize, we provide information, we look for more data, and probably there remains a weakness. The other side act knowing very clearly what they want. They want to preserve the status quo. Probably we don't know very well what we want concretely in terms of organizing things, organizing life in a different way, which means producing in a different way, in a non-harmful way, consuming in a proper way, and living together in a proper way. Today, this morning, you were here negotiating about something that was important for a community. Okay, that means living together in a proper way, which is being concerned about the community and not just about one's self, which is the reality in the state of things we live, where everything should grow in the benefit, in the individual benefit. This is a paradigm. That paradigm has its literature, its philosophers, its historians, its religions, everything. We need to think how to build another paradigm. And I will stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Riccardo, for your contribution. And now I'd like to invite our guest who is connected online. Okay, we see Astrid. Astrid Caldas. Hello, welcome. Astrid is a senior climate scientist at the Union of Concerned Scientists, working on climate change adaptation, science communication, and equitable and just adaptation and resilience policies. She advocates for science and brings work of the science behind climate change impacts to a variety of audiences, and has appeared on numerous TV and radio shows. Please, Astrid, can you share with us your view on why science communication experiences this crisis of trust?
Certainly. Thank you, Stefania. Thank you, everybody, for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
I like
the slides, please. Okay, they are arriving. Just a minute. We are ready. We are. Okay, okay. So do you see them?
I see it.
Okay.
Based on a few deceiving practices. And we call that the disinformation playbook. And among the many tactics of this playbook, one is especially relevant in the context of science. Next slide, please. It's called the diversion. In the diversion, bad actors manufacture uncertainty about science where little or none exists. For example, we see bad actors stating that climate models diverge in their projections, that we cannot know what's going to happen in 20 years or in 50 years. And they cherry pick certain parts of models to say, oh, we're actually cooling down instead of warming up. They get data that reaffirms what they want to say, and so on and so forth. When the science doesn't shine a favorable light on their corporate products and practices, or when the facts don't align with their financial or ideological interests, what do? They manufacture doubt that sounds believable. And because of social media and the algorithms used by social media to reinforce preferences of the people who use those social media, these untruths get spread like wildfire. The sheer power of repetition starts sowing doubts in some and changing the minds of others who believe what they read for a variety of reasons, an important one being confirmation bias, where people selectively read results of a search, for instance, according to pre-existing beliefs and ideas. Many of these people spread the falsehoods without knowing they are false. They have no bad intent. They are just following their beliefs and trust that what they are reading is fact. Next slide, please. Which brings me to an important difference in the world of fake news and how they spread. Misinformation is false information that is spread regardless of whether there is intent to mislead. A lot of misinformation may be intentional, but in many instances, it may be accidental, exactly because the person or channel that is relaying that information may actually believe it to be true, as Eleanor mentioned in her presentation. Next slide, please. Disinformation, on the other hand, is deliberate. Disinformation is deliberately misleading or biased information, manipulated narrative or facts. It's propaganda. The Oxford reference defines disinformation as a form of propaganda involving the dissemination of false information with the deliberate intent to deceive or mislead. Its main difference from misinformation is that it is known to be untrue by the person of the group that is spreading or conveying it. Next slide, please. So we are fighting on both fronts, trying to both dismantle the disinformation machine and to encourage people to be educated in detecting suspicious information on the internet. While eventually we'd like everybody to learn the tools to combat disinformation and misinformation, it's critical that we first look at the purveyors of the disinformation, as there is far too little attention in the media and public understanding of these bad actors. They are highly organized, as we have heard, connected and integrated. And this network has been in the making since 1971. A lot of information for you to get started is on our activist resources page. It's the website that's on the screen right now on the top and highlighted in blue. And I would like to stress that anything you do matters. Any information that you can relay to counter fake news matters. But the more we talk about science and its importance for our lives, livelihoods, and for our democracy, the more we can counter the effects of fake news and unmask fake science. Next slide, please. That's it. I hope you're all ready to stand up for science. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Astrid, for your speech, your contribution. And finally, it's time to listen to Asher Means. Welcome, Asher. Can you listen to us?
I've been watching and listening. Thanks very much.
Okay, very well. So Asher Means is the Executive Director of the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research, which is a UK organization of 4 universities. Asher has worked for Imperial College, Oxford University, and Future Art. So please, Asher, do you want to tell us what about your great work on public engagement and what we can concretely do to improve science communication?
Thanks very much. And I think what I'm going to speak about actually nicely follows on from most of what's been talked about today. And we didn't coordinate this, but it shows that people are thinking similarly, I think. So it's nice when these things come together. So I'll talk a little bit about the work we do, or I've done, as possibly, perhaps one of the founders of what I call the science of climate change communication. And the science of climate change communication is using all the theory that we have behind behavioral sciences, psychology, social science, communications, marketing, public affairs, you name it, we bring that to bear on better and more effective communication of climate change, because there's lots of communication of climate change around, and there's lots of different quality of communication of climate change around. Some of it's good, some of it's bad, some of it's has no effect. And so I think one of the things we should always think about when we're talking about climate change or thinking about climate change or the communication of climate change is actually how good we've been at it. And the reason I say that is because I've been doing this for 20-something years, just over 20 years. And when I started in my field of the communication of climate change, we were going to church halls, village halls, to tell people about climate change. There's this thing called climate change. When we were hiring rooms in the UK Parliament, the Palace of Westminster, it was the smallest room to talk to the smallest number of members of Parliament. Now, the world pretty much is paying attention to climate change. But there is a lot of disinformation and misinformation about climate change, but it isn't necessarily because there's some big conspiracy or people are actively working against it necessarily. We can look at how we understand what it is that how people engage with information about climate change, because it's what's called a wicked problem. It's such a big topic that people mostly don't want to engage because they don't know how to engage. It's not something that they feel that they can have control over. And so messaging that tells people you can't have control over over your lives, because of climate change or because of what has happened with climate change, is not positive messaging for engaging people. And yeah, we know that the public are concerned and worried about climate change. We can see that polls the world over and surveys, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in a European country, even in the US, we're getting much more people attentive to climate change, which wasn't always the case. And so now really, the misinformation and disinformation is the argument about what to do about climate change and whether it is worth doing something about climate change. News about climate change is everywhere, it's all across the media, and even more so now, which is, I'm just taking a break to speak to you all from lots of COP26 preparation, the conference that you all know about that between Italy and Glasgow, that's starting next month, which is a bit panicking. And there is always a spike of media information, media attention whenever there is a COP. I can see that in all my data, and there will be another spike with COP26, but will the narrative change? The BBC has just announced what their coverage is going to be for COP. Just yesterday, I think, the British Broadcasting Corporation, and it's very, very impressive. And they've got a climate change editor, a guy called Justin Rowlatt, for the first time ever. Yeah, it looks really impressive. However, because I've already said that there's always this argument now about it's not about is climate change happening, it's really about what to do about climate change. And so fake news in climate change is everywhere, but it comes from the environmental movement just as it comes from anti-environmentalists. It comes from the left of the political spectrum, it comes from the right of the political spectrum. But I'm not talking about the extremes of that bell curve, you know, people really tying on to their messaging and their worldview. I'm talking about everybody else. I'm talking about engaging with the majority of people, you know, that sit in the middle of that curve, not interested in extremists, whatever, wherever they are. And it's contested in the media as well. I think now it is the case that a lot of journalists are not actually helping the public to understand climate change or the science of climate change or the solutions to climate change. And actually, possibly neither are a lot of scientists. There's too much conflict around, though hopefully it's getting better. And as Astrid says, scientists have to tell the truth as they know it, supported by the evidence. They do need to park their political allegiance when they're presenting their evidence. And that's what we try to do. So within the Tyndall Centre, we absolutely advocate for climate change. Clearly it's happening. And the only question is what to do about it. What are the choices? What are the responses? And that's what the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research does. We were founded 21 years ago to look at what to do about climate change. Now, people look for, people being all of us, that's me, you, not just people out there, we all look for two things when we're being given some information. And that first one is, do I trust or identify with the person who's telling me this information? And then does this information speak to the values that I already have? And those two things are probably unmovable. Do I trust the person telling me? Now, most people trust their peers, their families, people that they know much more than something else that they see on social media, but they don't really have an ability to see whether they trust something on social media. They actually just look at the information and ping it and retweet it or like it or whatever, within a nanosecond. And most of that information is to do with the values that they have, that we all have. We do it all this time. It's called confirmation bias. This means that we select information all the time to support our worldview and to give the impression that we want others in the world to have of us. I know, Ricardo, I'm quite relaxed talking to you all here, and I've spoken to sort of similar groups over the last little while through Ricardo. So I'm quite happy sitting here in a Breton shirt. If I had to have come and spoken to some policymakers, I'd have been in my suit and tie. And so that's to do with the impression that I'm trying to give to the world. And we all do it. Everything we buy, everything we read, everything we think about, everything we say and do is about our confirmation bias and how we want to reflect into the world. And that's how we can think about misinformation and disinformation entirely. Do we agree with it? Do we like the person who told us? Do we want somebody else who we're passing this message to think about us in a particular way? And following up on Astrid, actually, she brought it up herself. I mean, fake news, or propaganda, you might call it, has always existed. It's just never had the reach that it's got now, mostly because of social media and digital and worldwide 24-hour news. Public affairs as a field, and I wish more people looked back at the history of this, of the history of science communication. Public affairs has existed since around the 1920s. There's a guy called Edward Bernays, who was actually the nephew of Sigmund Freud. So you know where I'm going with this, the psychology, understanding people's psychology. And Edward Bernays used Uncle Sigmund's ideas to sell stuff to people. So he really got inside people's brains, people's motivations, people's psychology and understanding, and turned it into the field of public affairs. So Edward Bernays is considered the father of public affairs. So we're going back a long way. And he actually wrote a book called Propaganda in 1928. Now, propaganda is probably changed slightly in its meaning now. He wasn't necessarily meaning propaganda as a negative. He was meaning propaganda as how do you get lots of people mass shared behavior, mass shared understanding. And Edward Bernays, I mean, he's considered sort of both a Machiavelli because he worked on things like tobacco, for example, which he later recanted. But it was his job. He was bringing his Uncle Sigmund's theories to how to get people to smoke, more people to smoke. For example, he popularized it among women. That was one of the things he did. But at the same time, he also became very dismissive. He lived to be 100 and something. He became very dismissive of public affairs because any nitwit or dimwit could do it, in his words. And I think, yeah, it is almost any nitwit or dimwit, because if they don't really understand what public affairs is and how it's used properly, it's a proper field, a proper professional field. Yes, and I remember Astrid there was talking about the disinformation playbook and big oil and things, and I actually think there's a danger of that messaging, which isn't. I'm not fighting against its accuracy or anything. I'm fighting about the removal of agency. If it's all big oil and it's all a conspiracy, then it does, in the psychology, in the public understanding, it does perhaps remove some of the responses that people could bring to climate change. And we need such massive change for climate change that we shouldn't be dissuading anybody that they have no agency and they have no control over what happens next. And I'm not talking about necessarily behavioural change of saving energy or things like that, but actually, even over the big things like democracy that Astrid was talking about. I was going to sort of speak a little bit longer, but I think I'm probably up on my time. So should I pause there? And if I'm going to pause there, the thing I will say is, and Ricardo used the line, we need to end the climate silence. We need to encourage people to talk about climate change. People aren't talking about climate change. Okay, we are in the room now, and I talk about climate change all the time, and Astrid talks about climate change all the time. It's, we're obsessed with it, and it's our work. However, most people aren't, and by whatever means, whether it's at the dining table, whether it's at that friend that is uncertain, or the friend that sort of might be full of rubbish, whether it be misinformation or disinformation, engage and do talk about climate change. So thank you for listening, and it would have been lovely to have been there with you.
Thank you, Asher. Thank you, Asher, for the wonderful discourse. And now I think that we have just a few minutes for a question or two questions by the persons who are in the room or who are connected, because I know that some students are connected online. So, okay, one question. Can we?
Yeah, the microphones are here.
Yes, we need a microphone so our guests can probably.
Do you want to maybe come here so that they can also see you?
Yes, they can see you.
Watch out.
Tell us to whom the question is addressed to.
Just come into shot slightly. You're just slightly out of shot. If you go into the middle, if you come back, there we can see you. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Perfect. We can see you well.
Okay. Now, yes, you can. They can see you. Okay. Yeah.
You should turn.
Oh.
You should turn.
So Asher, I have a question for you, and it's about like trying to address how people address climate and its climate issues. So you just said about you're just talking at the end about climate. So I just wanted to ask you about that. How can we actually find people who actually really do care about climate activism? Which people do you think are the most effective in the way they address the climate issues, and how do you think we can replicate that?
That's great. And can I just ask your name?
Oh, it's Khaled.
Khaled. Thanks very much for the question. And I'm sure Astrid has something to say to this as well. But I think I mean, if I'd have kept talking, I'd have probably talked a bit about how to talk about climate change, which I skipped over because I realised I'd spoken enough. But I think, you know, the person to have a conversation with climate change actually isn't the activist, because they're all out there and they're a bit obsessed, like me and others already. It's actually to try and have a conversation with somebody who maybe isn't interested in climate change because they're not sure about it, or they're not sure what it means to them, or they just sort of just don't believe in climate change, or think it's not something that they should be thinking about. And it's probably something that everybody should be thinking about at some level. But my overall tip to anybody talking about climate change, and especially if you sort of know this person a little bit, or you can make some assumptions about that person because where you're meeting them or where you're talking to them, is to try and meet people where their values are. So the values are the things that we hold very dear. We talk a bit about confirmation bias, that we select information. We select information to suit our values and our worldview and who it is that we like to spend time with, everything that the types of jobs we do. So if you can have or look at somebody's values and enter a conversation with them through their values, you'll probably end up having a pretty similar conversation about climate change, but it's the framing, it's the way that you had that conversation. And that can be anything. So if you know somebody who likes fishing, you can talk to them about fishing and climate change. If somebody likes football, you can talk to them about football and climate change. If you're meeting somebody in a bar tonight, the type of bar that they're in might tell you something about that person and what their interests are. So first it starts with a little bit of listening to know what their values are, and then you can have a conversation about climate change. But I would certainly urge everybody this evening, if you go out tonight, go and have a chat about climate change with somebody. If you're going to be at home having dinner, have a chat about climate change with somebody, just to see where you're at. It's listening and talking.
Thank you.
I might do one of my brothers. So basically, like, you want me to like assess a person's values or like an organization's values, and then like see if they're worthy of taking like information about climate change. Basically.
Yeah.
Really.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you so much. There is another question. You have, yes, to look at. Your name?
But take your mask away.
Yes, your name is?
No, that you can leave.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Miriam, and my question is, like, everyone keeps on saying, start now. For the youth especially, they're like, start now, do it today. But what exactly are we supposed to do, We don't know who to follow, because there are so many people who are in climate change and activists and stuff, but who should we go to, for help? Because sometimes people are lost. We're young, we don't know, we need someone to follow in their footsteps. So when someone says start now, it feels very awkward looking over there. So when someone says like start now, start today, not tomorrow, what are we supposed to do? How? Who do we go to?
Ricardo, do you want?
May I say something? Yeah. I mean, you mean go to in looking what for?
For help, for support, to be a part of climate action.
Well, I think that you can go to several places. If you need support, you have to go and look for already existing civil society groups, or, depending on where you are, some eventually public support that you may get. But then you need to go to your people, to your community, with, as it was, Asher was saying before, on how language, I mean, that's the way. And then you start engaging. I mean, you sit down and talk and listen, listen. Because at certain levels, we learned this very clearly in this interview, in these conversations with people in Africa, Asia, Latin America. People know, but they don't know the official names of the things we say. They never heard about this thing, climate change, but they know that things that they are facing problems, and this problem they call it in a different way, for instance. At the same time, they have ancestral knowledge of how to deal with things.
Yeah, because not everyone has the same access to the resources. For example, she can have access to this and I don't. I can have access to this and she doesn't. So not all of us can do the same thing. That's what I was.
Yeah. Yes. So you choose, and you then step by step, not everything together. No, that's like patience and constant action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our time is quite finished, so I ask you to be very quick also in your answers, please. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
You talked about fake news, and you also talked about how climate change is now considered a fact. So how do you think that how the media is some media outlets are portraying the fact that climate change can be an opinion, and how some people in the States or some people around the world don't see climate change as a fact? What would you say, like how would you give the information to them that climate change is actionable and is real? And what's your opinion on the fact that people think it's an opinion?
Well, we could all of us here could say something about that, no? But I mean, I think particularly was underlined by Asha that now, nevertheless, the main question is, what can I do? And because you feel as an individual, not with others, and so it creates your individual problem also because of the way in we are living in many parts, not in other. I mean, but I think that the opinion that is no longer an opinion and a fact. I think it's basically established. Then that there's of course political levels and political fights going on, because this increases the request of changes. And together with, but this still needs a lot, with the dissemination of the knowledge on existing solutions. And you arrive more and more to interests that feel that would be affected, and then that is moving to another level of negotiations, But I think that the step forward enormous was the Fridays for Future on one side. And then there are particular ways of tackling this issue at national levels that is very interesting to be studied, because become good models. Because things happen locally then, this is... the point is that the social media and even some mainstream media that you come to them and happens worldwide and not only in one place, well, puts you in a situation that you receive that and you get it and you feel that, well, that is what it is, but then it's not really what happens where you are, I don't know if I'm being clear answering to your question.
Thank you. Another question?
Yeah, just one more. Hello, my name is Julia. I wanted to thank you all for your talks. My question is also directed at Mr. Ricardo. And it is, you talked about this uncertain environment, an indecipherable environment that is created by so much media and so much circulation of media. So my question is, you encouraged us to put out media, accurate media out there. How do we ensure that our media and our opinions and what is hopefully the right opinion on climate change is not lost in this uncertain environment?
Yeah. Well, I think the only way to avoid this to be lost is to plan it properly. I mean, from our interest, social media is a powerful instrument, even with the algorithms and all these things. Of course, we don't have probably the 16, almost $17 million that ExxonMobil has been paying to Facebook concretely during 2 years. But you are trained to use social media. The thing is that many times this is not properly, in my opinion, not always is properly planned. I mean, the wording, the nature and the quality of the message, and how systematic it comes. This is another substantial element when communicating. Regularity, I mean, constantly. And that's why, in a way, it becomes professional, as you also need to know all the tricks of social media. There are tricks. I mean, the point is that this social media is basically 4 or 5, no? And these 4 or 5 are U.S. companies, and three of these social media have the same owner, no? So this is a historical issue, because in another historical moment when nothing of this existed and I was already a journalist coming from Latin America, well, the problem was the information that was flowing through international news agencies that concretely were national news agencies, because were of the United States, of the UK, France, or Spain, no? And that's it. And then came the Soviet Union. But this is, nevertheless, we know if you want to be visible in Google and not in the 148 page, for instance, what you should do. But there are tricks here and there. But for me, is what I said before, fundamentally, is that you know what you want to say, to whom you want to address your things, because this becomes concrete. It's not universal. Mainly I mean, it's within countries, no? Then it could go regional, but it's that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that there is a last question for Astrid.
Yes, hi.
Sunny day. Sorry.
Sorry. I would like to direct this question to Astrid, please. My name is Xiangtong Liu, and I realize that with recent technological advancements and our COVID-19 pandemic, digital activism has really been pushed to the forefront, which is why fake news has become such a prominent problem. But something else I have realized and I'm really concerned about is that people are engaging with digital activism. We are reposting things, we are reading these articles, and we're putting them on our social media. But a big issue at the moment is that not as many people that are posting are engaging with the things that they're reposting. They may not actually be reading it. They're not really receiving the information. They're just putting it out there, so it seems that they're engaging with digital activism. It seems that they're participating in climate action, but really it's a passive activism that is not actually going through to our communities. And I was wondering, is there some way we can address this, especially since digital activism has a lot of potential when it comes to making change? So Astrid, thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. It's what they call the iPhone activists, right? Somebody posts something and makes them feel really good, and then I'm done. I've done my job. But that's not the truth, as we see. What we really need is to call people out and say, you really believe that? I have an action alert here. I have an action that you can take. We're going to meet tomorrow to protest this. We are going to organize to demand this from our elected officials. So the main thing is that we are not as networked and organized as the disinformation machine. And we don't have the same amount of money. They are focusing money on the disinformation and on the fake news. We don't have the money and we don't have the organization. So we need to increase our networks and organize better, and definitely call out the iPhone or Androids activists, so that we can try to bring people to active action. That would be my...
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our speakers and to everybody. Thank you so much. You are welcome. And we leave the floor to the next round table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, Astrid, Asher.
Bye.
Thank you for your contributions. Ciao.
Goodbye, Asha. Goodbye, Astrid.
Bye.
Nice to be with you. We are becoming a gang, huh? Yes. Thank you. A te già.
Okay, welcome to everybody. Welcome to all our guest speakers connected and also persons who are listening to this new round table. I am Stefania Romenti. I am Delegate of Director in Sustainability at this university, and I welcome you, even if virtually, at this round table about education and sustainability. So thank you so much to be here, and I wanted to leave the floor to the moderator of this round table, Emilia Giorgetti. Emilia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Y mi nombre es Emilia Giorgetti, soy la agregada científica en la Embajada de Italia en México y les doy una cordial bienvenida a los ponentes y al público que nos sigue a través de la plataforma de YouTube a este evento que la Embajada de Italia organiza junto a la IULM y a la Organización Internacional Italo-Latinoamericana ILA, en el marco del Festival Italiano de la Sostenibilidad promovido por la Alianza Italiana del Desarrollo Sustentable. Un gran agradecimiento a los partners que hicieron posible el webinar, a la IULM, a Massimo De Giuseppe y a Stefania Romenti, que nos acaba de dar una breve bienvenida, y a la ILA, también a nombre del embajador Luigi De Chiara, que lamentablemente no puede estar con nosotros hoy, pero está muy comprometido con los asuntos relacionados con la sostenibilidad. A pesar de estar enfocado sobre el cacao, que es un cultivo emblemático en esta región del planeta, el tema de hoy nos permitirá tratar muchos aspectos relacionados con los objetivos de desarrollo y la Agenda 2030. Por ejemplo, el 8, trabajo decente y crecimiento económico; el 12, producción y consumo responsable; el 13, acción por el clima; y el 15, vida de ecosistemas terrestres. Entonces, uno de los enfoques de este evento es también en temporada de COP26, protección del medio ambiente y de su diversidad ante las amenazas del cambio climático y la acción humana. Lamentablemente, el debate mundial sobre cambio climático está principalmente centrado sobre las emisiones de gas de efecto invernadero. Y muy poco se escucha sobre el papel que la agricultura juega en lo negativo o podría jugar en lo positivo si fuera sustentable. Ya que vivo en México, pienso por ejemplo en el caso del estado de Tabasco, en donde la selva está cediendo el paso a la ganadería. Y brevemente, una pequeña nota: la huella hídrica de una hamburguesa es de 166 litros de agua. Entonces tenemos que cambiar nuestros hábitos para apoyar el medio ambiente y luchar contra el cambio climático, y la agricultura tiene un papel fundamental. Los cultivos de cacao bajo la sombra podrían tener un efecto de resiliencia y mitigación del impacto del cambio climático, además de preservar la biodiversidad y ofrecerles a las poblaciones locales una fuente importante de ingreso. No quiero tomar más tiempo porque tenemos a ponentes distinguidos y expertos del tema que profundizarán todos estos asuntos hoy. Y entonces creo que podemos empezar, pero antes de presentarles el primer ponente del día, una nota técnica. Les pido, como son muchos, que se queden en los 15 minutos con su ponencia, y luego habrá una segunda ronda y quizás, ojalá, preguntas y respuestas del público. Entonces, empezamos con el primer ponente, que es René Castro Salazar, ingeniero civil por la Universidad de Costa Rica. Cuenta además con un máster en Administración Pública y es doctor en Diseño, ambos títulos otorgados por la Universidad de Harvard. Durante su trayectoria profesional ocupó varios cargos ministeriales en Costa Rica. Fue ministro de Recursos Nacionales, de Relaciones Exteriores, de Medio Ambiente y Energía. Ha dictado conferencias para las universidades de Harvard, Tokio, Yale, Zurich, INCAE y otras universidades latinoamericanas. También es el autor de distintos artículos sobre política, energía, desarrollo sostenible y cambio climático, y en la actualidad es subdirector general para Estrategia y Política de Clima, Biodiversidad y Ambiente de la FAO. Le cedo la palabra, ingeniero, y les pido a los demás que apaguen sus micrófonos, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Un minuto para ver si me permite compartir con ustedes una presentación brevemente.
Sí, la vemos.
¿La ven?
Sí, 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 la vemos, la vemos. Si puede poner la pantalla completa, mejor.
Ok.
Bien.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos. Como ven, efectivamente mencionaré varias alternativas de la agricultura y la producción de alimentos para enfrentar, por un lado, el cambio climático y por otro lado, mantener opciones de desarrollo, de calidad de vida, de productividad de nuestras comunidades. Primero, brevemente, ¿a dónde estamos? La línea roja es lo que está sucediendo en el planeta en este momento. Emisiones descontroladas que nos llevarían a un cambio de la temperatura entre 3.5 y 5.3 grados Celsius. La línea verde es la que los científicos han considerado el máximo posible, 10 gigatones para el año 2100. Si pensamos que en el año 2100 seríamos unos 10 billones de habitantes, estamos hablando de 1 tonelada per cápita. Hoy el promedio mundial es 7 veces esa meta. Si lográramos estabilizar en 10 gigatones, probablemente la temperatura se estabilizaría entre 0.9 y 2.3 Celsius, que es vivible, mientras que el Acuerdo de París se aproxima mucho más a la línea roja, y me olvidé de mencionar que la línea roja es el colapso total, no solo de la economía, es el colapso de la humanidad como tal. Teniendo en mente estos dos gráficos, más de 120 países y poco más de 1000 compañías y corporaciones en el mundo han anunciado que van a ser CO2 neutrales. ¿Qué significa eso de la CO2 neutralidad? Bueno, una ecuación simple, es la que están viendo en pantalla, es emisiones menos reducción menos compensación tiene que ser igual a 0. Si un país alcanza la cero neutralidad, lo que quiere decir es 0 emisiones per cápita, 0 toneladas per cápita. Mucho más exigente que la 1 tonelada que mencioné antes, que permitiría estabilizar el planeta en alrededor de 2 grados. Un país como Costa Rica y la mayoría de los países de América Latina, esta ecuación más o menos se compondría de esta forma. Si del 100% de las emisiones, entre 20 y 30% podrían reducirse con eficiencia en los edificios, con mejora en la producción, evitando el desperdicio de alimentos o el desperdicio de insumos en la industria. Y entre el 70 y el 80% tendría que compensarse con sistemas basados en la naturaleza, como restauración de ecosistemas, como plantar árboles, como tener pastizales. En los países desarrollados la ecuación usualmente es al revés. El grueso de las opciones están en la R y la compensación es más bien alrededor del 20% para tener esa neutralidad. ¿Qué está pasando en el mundo? Bueno, esto es la tasa de deforestación anual, según el último estudio de FAO, del reporte que se llama FRA, que es Forest Resource Assessment, en la cual muestra que si bien viene reduciéndose la deforestación, que es esa parte que está en anaranjado, de 16 millones de toneladas al año, estamos ahora en 10, y la parte verde, que son acciones de reforestación o de plantaciones o de reforestación asistida, pues en el último quinquenio fue de 5 para un neto de 5 millones al año. Es decir, el uso del suelo se suma a las emisiones del transporte, a las emisiones de la industria y provoca esa concentración de CO2 que está llevándonos en la dirección no deseada que mencioné al principio. ¿Puede revertirse esto? FAO ha hecho estudios de que de 2 billones de hectáreas degradadas que hay en el planeta, unos 900 millones pueden ser restaurados con pastizales, con reforestación, con plantaciones, con agricultura sostenible, y que no competiría ni con los bosques existentes, ni con las ciudades existentes, ni con la tierra dedicada a la agricultura. En un país pequeño como Costa Rica, se han hecho soluciones como la que ven en la pantalla. Mejorar el café en el uso del agua, bajar los pesticidas, los químicos, mejorar el sistema de empaque, poner sombras para que el cafeto se estrese menos, y alrededor de un 5-10% de la producción ya muestra el sello de CO2 neutral. Aquí tiene un ejemplo del pionero. El país tiene planes para seguir haciendo el 90% restante de su producción y cree que es una ventaja que le permitirá adelantarse a otros. Un gigante como Brasil se ha planteado la misma discusión para el tema de la ganadería y han planteado que plantando árboles, mejorando los pastizales, cuidando la cría y las razas, es posible producir la ganadería y la carne CO2 neutral, y que es posible hacerlo incluso con un beneficio económico para los ganaderos, puesto que el sistema de sombra también produce madera y en forma cíclica podría dar un ingreso adicional a ese ganadero. Y ahora el cultivo que nos ocupa, el cacao. 2 ejemplos. Uno, los estudios para África nos muestran que si en África del Oeste se extendieran las zonas cacaoteras hacia donde el estrés que está provocando el cambio climático por aumentos en la temperatura y variaciones en el agua, especialmente hacia veranos y épocas de sequía más prolongadas, probablemente provocarán deforestación, especialmente en países como Liberia y Camerún. Y habría que tener una previsión en la agricultura y en los sistemas forestales para que esto no sea así. Ejemplos concretos están en este diagrama levantados en Nicaragua y en Perú, donde se muestra la diferencia, por ejemplo, entre un cultivo sin ningún tipo de sombra y varias opciones. Sombras con especies solo para tener ese rol de dar sombras para producir madera y también combinar con algún cultivos agrícolas, sistemas más integrados, hasta agroforestería. Los estudios sugieren que es posible adaptarse y mitigar y generar resiliencia en los cultivos, en la ganadería, en el café, en el cacao, con mecanismos como este. Y finalmente, ¿cómo se financia una acción como esa? Les muestro en pantalla un ejemplo de lo que fue el ciclo anterior. Este es un título de CO2. Vean la fecha, año 1997. Me tocó en suerte firmarla en ese momento a nombre del gobierno de Costa Rica. Era por 1000 toneladas de CO2. Tiene un número de registro para que sea consecutivo, para que no haya duplicación. Y se hacían legalmente bajo el protocolo de Kioto, el que dejó de ser relevante una vez que Estados Unidos y Australia y Rusia decidieron no adherirse o salirse del mismo. Algo similar se está discutiendo en este momento. Algunos países lo quieren hacer simplemente para medir sus resultados y saber de qué tamaño es su inventario y usarlo domésticamente. Otros, por ejemplo la Unión Europea, lo utilizan también como un instrumento para financiar las transformaciones que un sector como el agrícola o incluso intersectoriales entre la agricultura y la industria o entre esta y el transporte para reducir los costos de la política de mitigación del cambio climático o de trasladar recursos al sector rural para su mejor adaptación. En fin, sabemos lo que hay que hacer. Los países tienen proyectos piloto exitosos. Sabemos el costo, sabemos el tiempo de adaptación. Esencialmente, hay que dejar de hablar y hay que comenzar a caminar. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, ingeniero. El hashtag del Festival Italiano de Sustentabilidad este año es "Estamos actuando". Entonces tenemos que actuar, ¿no? Sabemos que tenemos que hacer y que actuemos. Muchas gracias. Y hay un pequeño cambio de programa porque Santiago José Argüello Campos tiene otro compromiso y entonces vamos a anticipar su participación a este evento. Santiago José Argüello Campos es director general de Fomento a la Agricultura en la Secretaría de Agricultura y Desarrollo Rural de México. Forma parte de la tercera generación de productores de café en Chiapas con más de 20 años de experiencia en el sector agroalimentario público-privado. Desde la iniciativa privada ha contribuido al desarrollo e implementación de políticas de compra de café y cacao sostenible bajo programas de certificación en buenas prácticas agrícolas y de manufactura como Orgánico, MEX, NOP, EU Core, Fair Trade, Rainforest Alliance, UTZ, entre otras, y desde el sector público en el diseño y ejecución de políticas públicas de fomento en la producción, procesamiento y comercialización de más de 44 cultivos agrícolas para fortalecer los sistemas agroalimentarios de México. Director, le cedo la palabra. Veo que ya está compartiendo su presentación. Bienvenido.
Muchas gracias, Emilia. Pues en primer lugar, agradecer la invitación que nos hacen a este importante foro de cacao entre la fragilidad y la resiliencia y la sostenibilidad ambiental en América Latina. Quisiera mandarles un saludo afectuoso de parte de nuestro secretario de Agricultura, el doctor Víctor Villalobos Arámbula. Saludar a la audiencia y desde luego agradecer a la Embajada de México, de Italia en México, al excelentísimo embajador Luigi Di Chara y asimismo a la Universidad de IULM y a la Organización Internacional Italo-Latinoamericana, nuestro amigo Máximo, por esta invitación que nos hacen a compartir la política pública de México en torno a este importante cultivo del cacao. Lo que me gustaría compartirles muy rápidamente el día de hoy es pues la importancia cultural, social y ambiental que tiene el cacao para México, así como la situación actual en términos de producción, de oferta y demanda, balanza comercial y la política pública que estamos implementando actualmente en esta administración del presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador para el rescate y atención integral al cacao. Me gustaría empezar diciendo que prácticamente para nosotros, pues obviamente como mexicanos y un poco controversial, nos consideramos el centro de domesticación del cacao. Se atribuye a los mayas esta difusión de su uso, pues involucró en diferentes actividades culturales como medicina, incluso parte del sistema económico como moneda y como alimento en épocas antiguas. Era consumido también como una bebida. Es un importante recurso fitogenético de gran valor para los pueblos de Mesoamérica, pues esto siempre fue considerado un regalo de los dioses. Para las civilizaciones prehispánicas, el cacao era un símbolo de abundancia, definitivamente de estatus. Y hoy por hoy podemos decir que México es el que tiene la mayor cantidad de platillos y bebidas en torno al cacao, al ser un ingrediente que aporta aroma y sabor inigualable, llámese chocolate, pozol, tascalate, el téjate, el mole, tamales, entre muchos más platillos. Y desde luego, pues consideramos a México como la cuna del cacao, ya que se dio a conocer al mundo gracias al chocolate y fue llevado al continente europeo en la época de la conquista de los españoles. También consideramos que este cultivo tiene una larga tradición entre los pueblos indígenas del sur de México. Por ejemplo, es muy usado en las tradiciones de muertos o fieles difuntos el 2 de noviembre. El conocimiento del cultivo del cacao y elaboración del chocolate, pues es un conocimiento que se ha ido transmitiendo desde la época prehispánica entre grupos sociales de uno a otro y entre generaciones también. No se diga el beneficio ambiental que se considera a partir de la producción tradicional del cacao por su gran diversidad biológica que acompaña su cobertura boscosa. Y pues ahora que hemos tenido grandes problemas en el mundo con los temas de certificación, pues el cacao tiene una gran aportación en la tarea de recarbonización de suelos y en la parte de empleos pues genera más de 60,000 empleos directos y es uno de los cultivos que consideramos con alta participación de poblaciones vulnerables. Por otro lado, decirles que la situación de cacao en México en cifras generales, pues actualmente 5 de cada 1,000 kilogramos de cacao se produce en México. La verdad es que esta situación tiene que mejorar, dado que nos consideramos la cuna. Hoy somos el 13º productor mundial. En el 2020 tuvimos una producción de casi 30,000 toneladas, principalmente en el sureste de México, Tabasco y Chiapas, casi el 99% de la producción nacional. Este cultivo en México es producido por cerca de 37,000 pequeños productores ubicados en Tabasco, Chiapas, Guerrero, que siembran aproximadamente año tras año 59,000 hectáreas. Tabasco el principal productor, Chiapas el segundo y Guerrero el tercero. Y en promedio, como dijimos, puro pequeño productor de 1,1 hectárea y media aproximadamente. Por otro lado, quisimos compartir estas cifras muy rápidamente para que se quede ahí en los registros y puedan revisarlos con posterioridad. Aquí tenemos la superficie sembrada, cosechada. Afortunadamente es de los cultivos que no tiene grandes siniestros, inclusive ahora con las inundaciones recientemente en Tabasco y parte del norte de Chiapas, pues sí, se hicieron muchos trabajos de desasolve, hubieron sí afectaciones, pero digamos que este es un cultivo perenne que la verdad tiene alta resiliencia. Tabasco, como dijimos, es el principal productor, casi el 70% de la superficie está en este estado. Por otro lado, no voy a entrar en detalle en esta otra lámina. Aquí quisimos poner un comparativo de la superficie sembrada, cosechada, de producción y valor en los últimos años, los últimos 3 años. Y podemos notar que pues se ha mantenido estable. No hemos notado un cambio de uso de suelo recientemente, aunque sí en el pasado, cuando hay bajos precios o alta volatilidad, hemos visto reconversión, lo cual siempre nos preocupa. Entonces es algo que debemos prever hacia futuro. Por otro lado, aquí en la evolución de la producción y rendimientos, resaltar la línea azul histórica. Tenemos rendimientos promedios de media tonelada cuando ya tenemos tecnología y materiales en campos experimentales que nos permiten llegar a 2 toneladas y desde luego es parte del enfoque de la política pública. Aquí quisimos poner un poco la oferta y demanda. Como quizás ya ustedes saben, México tiene un consumo de más de 66,000 toneladas, una producción de casi 30,000, es decir, la producción nacional cubre cerca del 44% del abasto, el 56% se importa, principalmente de Ecuador, Colombia, algo de Costa de Marfil. Y quisimos poner aquí una gráfica de cómo se comporta la producción. En el 2004, recordamos muy bien, Sirat en Francia nos decía va a llegar la monil y bueno, llegó y empezamos a ver un decrecimiento en la producción, una afectación a las plantaciones. Del 2003 al 2020, 17 años, la producción cayó 41% y desde luego, si hacemos un comparativo en los últimos 10 años, se observa una pequeña recuperación de un 8,3%. Aquí la balanza comercial histórica, tampoco voy a entrar en detalle, simplemente resaltar que hay una variación 2021-2020 importante, sobre todo pues podemos ver que durante la pandemia ha habido algunas afectaciones posiblemente en el consumo. Es algo que queremos hacer un estudio para saber el estatus real y determinar una estrategia también que nos permite incrementar el consumo per cápita y desde luego mantener las exportaciones de producto terminado. En términos de política pública para el cacao, en la Secretaría de Agricultura, decirles que en esta administración, en el programa sectorial que comanda el doctor Víctor Villalobos, tenemos el mandato imperativo de recuperar la autosuficiencia alimentaria en granos básicos y en cultivos de alta importancia social y ambiental, como es el cacao. Desde luego, para esto tenemos la prioridad de incrementar productividad, es decir, pasar de esta media tonelada a al menos 1 tonelada en los próximos 4 años. El incremento de la resiliencia también con renovación de plantaciones resistentes a monilio y obviamente un manejo integrado. Y el incremento de consumo per cápita, que es una estrategia que estamos empezando a diseñar. Desde luego consideramos que hay el potencial productivo alto y medio en diferentes estados, no solamente para mejorar esta situación de productividad, de resiliencia, pero para incrementar esta suficiencia. Vemos lugares como Michoacán que tienen un estatus sanitario importante, libre de monilio, Colima, Campeche, en Chiapas aún se puede crecer, Guerrero, Nayarit, Oaxaca, Tabasco y Veracruz. Y para esto contamos con un alto potencial productivo, recursos genéticos locales de alta calidad, regiones estratégicas, estímulos de subsidios que hoy manejamos a través de programas como Producción para el Bienestar, que comanda el subsecretario Víctor Suárez, el programa Sembrando Vida, que está en otra secretaría de Bienestar, las variedades de cacao con registro en el Catálogo Nacional de Variedades. Tenemos 13 variedades inscritas, algunas de ellas importantes, y también agradecemos la generosidad de Costa Rica, que nos ha ayudado también en la transferencia y validación de estos materiales, sobre todo los Caeri, resistentes a monilio, otros importantes de alta calidad y que están inscritas. Así que en la producción, en el programa de Producción para el Bienestar, que está enfocado a atender al sector cacao, pues tenemos el imperativo de incrementar la productividad con productores de pequeña y mediana escala. Hoy en día les aportamos cerca de 6,200 pesos por productor, en promedio un presupuesto estimado de 248 millones de pesos o 12 millones de dólares. Y estamos atendiendo al sector también con bienes y servicios públicos importantes, por ejemplo el INIFAP, en temas de investigación, desarrollo y transferencia de tecnología con paquetes agroecológicos, material vegetativo resiliente, el acompañamiento en todo el servicio sanitario y campañas arcosanitarios a través de Senacica y también de los comités estatales de sanidad vegetal, y por mandato de la Ley de Desarrollo Rural Sustentable, una estrategia de atención a los productores básicos, a los productos básicos en términos de visión participativa, y en donde tenemos lo denominado sistemas producto, y este está organizado a través de, en el caso de cacao, del Comité de Sistema Producto Cacao Nacional, con nuestro amigo Vicente Casep, que es el representante no gubernamental, y desde luego es el espacio importante para interactuar con todos los 3 niveles de gobierno, para priorizar los temas que aquejan de atención e inversiones público-privadas. Entonces ahí los invitamos a cualquier actor de esta importante cadena productiva a integrarse en caso de que no estén. Y desde luego estamos después en esta transición de nueva realidad, renovando el programa, el plan rector, que es el que mandata la ley, en el cual se derivan todas las políticas públicas y estrategias para la atención integral. Muchas gracias. Como dijo Emilia, voy a tener que salir por otro compromiso de la institución. Mi compañera Mirna Aragón, que conoce bien el tema, se estará incorporando también para atender cualquier pregunta posterior a estas paneles. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchísimas gracias por su presentación. Bueno, un breve comentario desde la embajada. En la anterior administración estuvimos conversando con la Semarnat sobre un proyecto dedicado a cacao bajo la sombra. Y luego hubo cambio de administración, todo se interrumpió, pero podríamos retomar esta idea quizás con la SADER o con el INIFAP, pero estamos en la mejor disposición.
Nos encantaría mucho, Emilia, y más sabiendo la historia en nuestros países en torno a este cultivo. Entonces, quedo a tus órdenes.
Muchas gracias. Una nota técnica. Yo no veo imágenes en el YouTube. No sé si es un problema mío o no está funcionando la plataforma. Y la segunda nota, hay un comentario. ¿Dónde está la traducción al italiano? No hay. Este evento es 100% en español, no hay traducción al italiano. Y finalmente, si quieren hacer preguntas, los que asisten por YouTube pueden escribirla en la parte de comentarios. Y ahora, desde la...
Me dicen que la página YouTube está funcionando regularmente.
Entonces es el problema mío. Bien.
Sí, sí. Gracias.
Y entonces desde la mirada más institucional, ahora pasamos a los productores y de Costa Rica y México a Guatemala, con Yasmira Lisbeth Chen Choc. No sé si lo pronuncié bien. Yasmira es una mujer indígena de la etnia maya Quechí, originaria de la aldea Salacuim, que es el lugar de las oficinas de Fundalachua, organización socia del proyecto de Lila en Guatemala. Ha sido una persona clave en la comunidad. Fundó y ha dirigido por muchos años a la Asociación de Desarrollo Integral para la Mujer Indígena de Lachua. Ha laborado para Fundalachua como técnica de desarrollo en temas en pro de la mujer indígena de la región de la Laguna Lachua. Es productora de cacao y socia de la Catbalpom, organización de productores de cacao que forma parte de las 3 organizaciones de base de Fundalachua. Yasmira ha participado en los cursos de formación de ILA a través del proyecto impartido por expertos. Dario Conato, que el año pasado participó a nuestro otro evento sobre sustentabilidad, aquí organizado desde la Embajada, en fortalecimiento organizacional. Marco Wilcapi, en buenas prácticas agrícolas y de procesamiento post cosecha, y Michele Leoni, en buenas prácticas de chocolatería y semi-elaborados. Yasmira es también procesadora de cacao y elabora chocolate artesanal que vende en el mercado local. Este es otro problema, el acceso al mercado de los productos de los pequeños productores. Le cedo la palabra a Yasmira, bienvenida.
Disculpa Emilia, solo una nota, me dicen que hay un punto como una bolita que se puede tocar para la traducción al italiano, para quien está interesado. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Muy bien. Usai chole helinge chokere chona chokwa, ingaba an Yasmira Lisbeth Chenkok, lain pues con quien se Pali, municipio Relicoban, Relitenamit, Guatemala. Mucho gusto, señores y señoras. Mi nombre es Yasmira Lisbeth Chenkok. Pertenezco al municipio de Coán, que es un departamento de Guatemala, municipio de Coán, perdón, y que pertenece a Guatemala. Pues en esta mañana para mí es un gusto estar participando en este evento tan importante. Pues yo de una vez me presento como productora, no tengo ninguna presentación, como lo han hecho los demás compañeros, pero mi presentación es más desde la experiencia. Yo voy a hablar desde la experiencia de lo que yo he vivido, de lo que yo he hecho, de lo que yo he convivido con lo que es el producto de cacao. ¿Me han escuchado?
Sí.
¿Sí me escuchan? Disculpen.
Sí, le escuchamos bien.
Claro. Les voy a contar un poquito sobre la historia del cacao. Bueno, aquí en Guatemala, para nosotros el cacao, cuando hablamos del cacao, es algo muy importante, porque el cacao, si ustedes leen las historias, si ustedes han escrito algunos libros, el cacao ha sido un árbol o un cultivo que ha crecido junto a nosotros, un cultivo que ha crecido junto a nosotros las personas de origen maya quechí, ¿verdad? Recuerdo que desde pequeña, pues, nuestros padres ya tenían el cultivo de cacao. Nosotros crecíamos y ya podíamos ir a los árboles de cacao, ¿verdad? Y poder ir a cosecharlas para el consumo familiar, más que todo para disfrutar, la verdad, para disfrutar una pocha de cacao, un grano de cacao. Pero creo que me he introducido antes, les comento, estoy en representación de la Fundación Laguna La Chua. La Chua es una organización de segundo nivel. Está conformada por 6 organizaciones locales de base, ¿verdad? Pero también Fundalachoa está conformado por 3 organizaciones productoras de cacao, que es Cadvalpom, Asodir y Asocelnor. Estas asociaciones son las productoras de cacao de aquí de la ecorregión Achoa, aquí en la parte de Alta Verapaz, ¿verdad? Les comentaba, el cacao para nosotros es un cultivo muy importante. Máxime ahora en la actualidad, pues nosotros estamos trabajando fuertemente el cultivo de cacao. Ha sido unos años atrás, ha sido unos 20 años, más 20 años atrás, el cacao no era tan importante para muchos. Claro, en cuanto a la comercialización, nosotros solo lo veíamos como algo cultural, que nosotros lo mirábamos como una tradición. Tener un árbol de cacao era más para consumo familiar, para poder consumirlo desde el hogar. Pero gracias a Dios y a las instituciones, a las organizaciones que nos han apoyado, ahora nosotros podemos ver que el cacao es mucho más importante, que ya no solo es para consumirlo en el hogar, sino también lo podemos cultivar para poder comercializarlo. Y aparte de eso, pues el cacao también es un cultivo que se relaciona con el bosque, que se relaciona con el medio ambiente, que se relaciona con la flora y fauna, ¿verdad? No perjudica en nada, más bien nos apoya, ¿verdad? El cultivo de cacao, créanme que desde que yo me enamoré, desde que yo me convertí en cacahuatera, porque tengo 2 hectáreas de cacao, y desde que yo puedo vender mi cacao, transformar mi cacao y ya genero un ingreso para mi hogar, yo me enamoré del cacao, porque ya no veo los otros cultivos como lo único con lo que podemos sobrevivir, ¿verdad? Sino ahora llegó el cacao y este cacao ahora nos está apoyando en cuanto a poder generar ingresos y poder apoyar en los gastos del hogar. Créanme, muchos quizás, o algunas personas tal vez no han tenido muy buena experiencia con el cacao. En lo personal yo puedo decir, ahí tengo mis 2 hectáreas de cacao y mi esposo me dice, ¿por qué solo una parcela te mantienes? Pero yo le digo, tengo que ir a la parcela porque tengo que darle mantenimiento a mi cacao. Tengo que ver que no hayan chupones que estén brotando, ¿verdad? Tengo que ver si no hay plagas, tengo que ver si no hay enfermedades, porque yo le digo, yo tengo que cuidar mi cacao para que me produzca cada vez más. ¿Por qué? Porque necesito que cada año o cada cosecha me genere más producción, ¿verdad? Porque estoy segura que a través de lo que genera, a través de la producción que da mi cacao, pues yo también tengo un ingreso en mi hogar, ¿verdad? ¿Y qué hago con eso? Y mi esposo me dice, pero mira, hay otras cosas que hacer. Pero yo le digo a él, si tú has visto desde que hace 7 años, le digo yo a él, nos ha apoyado un montón, nos ha apoyado bastante, porque hemos podido cubrir gastos de educación para nuestras hijas, hemos podido cubrir gastos de salud, gastos de alimentación en el hogar. Entonces, realmente, yo en lo personal me convertí en una cacahuatera que se ha enamorado del cacao. Aparte de eso, pues yo no lo veo solo para comercializarlo en grano, sino yo ya le busqué otro lado, ¿verdad? Yo ya transformo mi chocolate artesanal a bebida, digamos, chocolate artesanal para bebida caliente, ¿verdad? Para beber, ¿verdad? Entonces eso me ha hecho a mí como que seguir luchando, porque sí, a través de este trabajo que hago, de la transformación de mi chocolate, de la transfusión de cacao a chocolate artesanal, he visto que me ha ayudado bastante. Pues ustedes preguntarán cómo comercio o cómo vendo mi producto. Pues mi producto lo vendo a nivel local, y cuando hay actividades para salir a los municipios, pues también llevo mi producto, ¿verdad? Pero realmente el cacao, si muchas personas me pidieran a mí un consejo o me preguntaran ¿Qué opino yo sobre el cacao? Yo diría que el cacao es muy, muy importante. Si lo vemos desde lo económico, el cacao es muy bueno. No necesita mucho trabajo cuando nuestras plantaciones crecen. Ya no necesita mucho trabajo, ya no necesita mucha inversión. Incluso el cacao podemos manejarlo de forma orgánica. No necesitamos utilizar abonos químicos. Podemos hacer nuestros propios abonos orgánicos desde la parcela, desde nuestras casas. Trabajar ahí sí que con desperdicios orgánicos, ¿verdad? Que nos puede ayudar para bajar el costo, ¿verdad? El costo de manejo de la planta del cacao. Yo he tenido, gracias a Dios, he tenido varias experiencias. Hemos aprendido a elaborar abonos orgánicos. La compañera Emilia ya mencionó ahí que yo ya estuve varias veces en capacitaciones para poder elaborar abono orgánico, ¿verdad? He estado también en capacitaciones para darle manejo a mi cacao, desde darle manejo de sombra, mantenimiento, poda, desde darle mantenimiento para que las plagas no aumenten, las plagas, las enfermedades también, ¿verdad? Entonces, yo como mujer indígena, como Yasmira, soy la que maneja un 80% su cacao. Un 20% pues me apoya mi esposo y mis hijas, ¿verdad? Porque mi familia sí se involucra en lo que hacemos, en el trabajo que hacemos en el cacao, ¿verdad? Todos nos involucramos. Yo como hablo mucho con mis hijas y les digo, tienen que aprender desde pequeñas, tienen que aprender desde pequeñas, no descuidando el estudio, la educación, no. Ellas, su estudio, su educación, pues lo hacen por la mañana, pero por la tarde nos vamos a la parcela y ellas tienen que aprender ya a sacar chupones, a sacar las ramas que no tienen importancia dentro del árbol, ¿verdad? A identificar las enfermedades, a identificar las plagas que hay. Les digo que tienen que aprender porque el día que yo muera, si nadie aprende, ¿quién se va a quedar cuidando nuestros árboles? ¿Quién le va a dar mantenimiento? ¿O quién le va a dar seguimiento? Entonces yo aquí a ellas les estoy inculcando, les estoy enseñando desde pequeñas que el cacao es muy importante y que tienen que aprender para que puedan ver buena producción a futuro, ¿verdad? Aquí nos involucramos todos, pero especialmente soy yo la que trabaja un 80% de lo que se hace en el cultivo de mi cacao. También quería contarles, como asociación, como Fundalachoa, nosotros en el 2014, nosotros como Fundalachoa y como organizaciones bases de Fundalachoa, hicimos nuestra primera exportación de cacao a Estados Unidos. Entonces, desde entonces, pues las demás organizaciones o los demás socios de la fundación se han involucrado más en las actividades. Estas personas se han interesado más en las actividades que se hace en cuanto al cultivo de cacao. ¿Por qué? Porque están viendo que hay una nueva oportunidad de poder exportar, de poder vender nuestros productos a otros países a un buen precio, ¿verdad? Y a un mejor precio. Aquí en el área local hemos vendido cacao, pero el precio es muy bajo, ¿verdad? El precio es muy bajo y no cubre, pues, no, siento que no es nada comparado con lo que se vende afuera, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahora muchos se han asociado, nos hemos involucrado más en las actividades relacionadas al cacao, con las organizaciones bases de Fundalachoa, y pues muchos también se han dedicado a sembrar. Personas que solo han tenido 1 hectárea de cacao, ahora tienen 10 hectáreas, algunos tienen 15 hectáreas, algunos tienen 20 hectáreas, y el que menos tiene, pues tiene 1 hectárea. Pero la diferencia es que si trabajamos también nuestro cacao, aunque sea 1 hectárea, 2 hectáreas, le damos un buen manejo, un buen mantenimiento, pues nos puede dar una buena producción, ¿verdad? Entonces no necesitamos tener una gran cantidad para poder tener buena producción, sino la clave es darle un buen manejo a nuestro cacao para que podamos tener una buena producción. Entonces le comentaba que hemos ya exportado cacao a Estados Unidos. Nuestro sueño es seguir exportando más cacao. Los chocolateros que nos han comprado pues han dicho que nuestro cacao, el cacao de la Choa es un cacao fino, de aroma y de buen sabor, ¿verdad? Trabajamos con nuestros Aquí sí, nosotros trabajamos con el cacao que se da aquí. Nuestros materiales genéticos son de aquí de la región, son propias de la región. ¿Cómo identificamos nosotros un árbol superior, un árbol bueno que da buena producción? Pues nosotros vamos a nuestra parcela, identificamos nuestros árboles y de ahí nosotros vamos haciendo reproducciones a través de injertos, ¿verdad? Entonces, nuestros materiales genéticos son propios de la región, no extraídos de otro país, de otro lado, ¿verdad? Sino de aquí mismo. Hemos rescatado nuestros buenos árboles, muchos le dicen árboles madre, ¿verdad? Les dicen a esos árboles o árboles superiores. Entonces, desde ahí nosotros hemos buscado o la forma de tener una buena producción de cacao en nuestra parcela. También les comento, muchas personas que no tenían un buen terreno para cultivar cardamomo, maíz o frijol, han encontrado la forma y han visto la forma o han encontrado que el cacao es una forma de poder restaurar las tierras, ¿verdad? Entonces, ellos ya no se enfocaron en sembrar cardamomo ni en sembrar maíz o frijol, sino ahora han sembrado árboles de cacao y hasta he escuchado a unos compañeros que hasta hoy fecha les ha servido bastante, ¿verdad? Porque hasta han podido restaurar las tierras degradadas que tenían ahí, ¿verdad? Las parcelas degradadas que tenían ahí, ¿verdad? Entonces, es una nueva alternativa para mí, una alternativa económica, ¿verdad? Y gracias a Dios muchas de nuestras compañeras y compañeros de aquí de la ecorregión, productores de cacao, han tenido fe en lo que es el cultivo de cacao. Y mucho más, como les vuelvo a repetir, el cacao es amigable al medio ambiente, protege la flora y fauna, ¿verdad? El cacao nos apoya a que nosotros podamos, a través de ella, tener un bosque natural también, ¿verdad? Para poder conseguir leña, conseguir aire puro, agua, conseguir medicina natural, ¿verdad? Entonces, hay mucho que decir. Yo siento que en 15 minutos no se dice todo, pero si tienen preguntas, dudas, yo puedo responder. Estoy hablando como Yasmira, desde una productora de cacao. Nada técnico, ¿verdad?
Muchísimas gracias y qué bueno escuchar a una mujer comprometida que encontró en el cacao la manera de apoyar a su familia, ¿no? Y poder hacer los gastos importantes que con la producción normal, tradicional, ya no se podían hacer o era muy difícil hacerlos. Y qué bueno también escuchar que se organizaron en una asociación y esto les permite salir de su pequeño pueblo y comunidad y exportar hacia Estados Unidos, por ejemplo. Felicidades. Y regresamos a México con Nisao Ogata, doctor en botánica por la Universidad de California at Riverside, maestro en ciencia por la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México y biólogo por la Universidad Veracruzana. Actualmente es profesor investigador titular C en el Centro de Investigaciones Tropicales de la Universidad Veracruzana y sus principales intereses de investigación son etnobotánica, sistemática, biodiversidad, conservación biológica y tecnologías digitales de información. Ha realizado investigación sobre diversidad biológica y cultural en el trópico americano, especialmente en las selvas lluviosas con sistemas agroforestales diversificados de de cacao. Actualmente es miembro de la Red Temática de Sistemas Agroforestales de México, del Consejo Nacional de Ciencia y Tecnología, CONACYT, y miembro del Consejo Consultor del Programa Sembrando Vida de la Secretaría del Bienestar del Gobierno Federal de México. Gracias, doctor Ogata. Le cedo la palabra.
Okay. Bien, antes que nada quiero agradecer a Emilia Gorgetti por invitarme a participar en esta sesión de cacao. El día de hoy voy a iniciar con una breve introducción del problema para a continuación resaltar la importancia del conocimiento tradicional en el contexto del mundo moderno. Posteriormente, describiré un ejemplo de este conocimiento y haré un contraste con las formas depredadoras de desarrollo que actualmente se practican en México. A continuación, describiré la situación de la producción de cacao en el planeta, en Latinoamérica, México, y lo que desde el Centro de Investigaciones Tropicales de la Universidad Veracruzana vengo realizando. Finalmente, expondré algunas consideraciones sobre la producción de cacao, enfatizando en una perspectiva que beneficie principalmente a los productores de cacao, al manejo sustentable y a la conservación biológica. Así, el principal problema es que actualmente estamos viviendo la peor crisis económica, social y de salud en el planeta. El secretario general Antonio Guterres ha dicho que estamos al borde del abismo y actuando en el sentido equivocado y que el mundo está más amenazado y más dividido que nunca. En el contexto mexicano, en México, las formas de producción impuestas han resultado en una profunda desigualdad social, generando un puñado de gente escandalosamente rica, una vergonzosa cantidad de gente pobre y una deforestación realmente alarmante, ya que de los años 50 para acá se han perdido por lo menos 11 millones de hectáreas de selvas altas. Así, el desarrollo de los ecosistemas de alta diversidad como el de esta imagen consiste en la deforestación y su transformación en cultivos de caña de azúcar, plátano, ganado, que no son más que sistemas agrícolas depredadores que solo generan más pobreza, más deterioro del ambiente, más concentración de la riqueza. Y ahora el cultivo de cacao desafortunadamente está contribuyendo a esta forma de producción. El problema son las consecuencias. Según la Agencia de la ONU para los Refugiados, existen más de 82 millones de personas desplazadas, la cifra más alta de la historia. A ese número se agregan 272 millones de personas y juntos casi el 5% de la población del mundo que ha sido expulsada de sus lugares debido al desastre que estamos sufriendo actualmente en el planeta. No obstante, se les culpa de la actual crisis y se les acusa de violadores, ladrones, asesinos y narcotraficantes. Sin embargo, la gente no se rinde y en el caso de México, como de muchos otros lugares, la gente se mueve, migra y en el caso de México se ha convertido en la principal entrada de divisas por arriba de la inversión extranjera, el petróleo o el turismo. No debemos olvidar de que entre el 70 y el 80% de los alimentos que se consumen en el planeta se producen en países subdesarrollados como México y que los responsables son las pequeñas familias que para producir utilizan solamente a su propia familia para trabajar. En este contexto, es indispensable resaltar que México representa la segunda mayor diversidad biocultural en el planeta, traducida en el número de especies, grupos indígenas, lenguas, dialectos y diversidad agrícola. Es por esta razón que en este momento es muy importante situar el conocimiento tradicional en el mundo moderno. En primer lugar, porque representa una forma muy particular en que cada cultura se relaciona con la naturaleza. Nos muestra que existen distintas formas de relación con nuestro entorno y distintas soluciones a nuestros problemas y a nuestro futuro como especie biológica. Es decir, existe conocimiento tradicional generado desde cientos de años para poder hacer un uso y manejo racional de los ecosistemas de alta diversidad. Sin embargo, estas aproximaciones, siguen siendo excluidas por quienes toman decisiones. Es precisamente en las áreas de mayor diversidad biológica donde los grupos originarios diseñaron conceptos no occidentales para un uso racional de este tipo de ecosistemas, como es el caso de la domesticación de la selva. En este sentido, la domesticación de árboles en la selva se enfoca no solo en las especies de interés, sino en la domesticación del bosque mismo. Los sistemas agroforestales representan una de las formas más sofisticadas de manejo de las selvas. En pocas palabras, es lo que más se parece a una selva y, entre otras funciones, sirve como corredor biológico entre manchones de vegetación para aves, mamíferos, anfibios, ¿sí? Y para propagar diversas especies con valor comercial. En este sentido, sabemos que existen por lo menos unas 3.000 especies de árboles que se extienden desde el sur de México hasta Centroamérica, de las cuales unas 600 especies son comunes a toda la región, y sabemos también que de estas especies, unas 240 tienen alguna utilidad. En un estudio realizado por una de mis estudiantes en 56 plantaciones de cacao en Chiapas y Tabasco, encontró una riqueza de hasta 66 especies de árboles con una densidad de entre 257 y 359 árboles por hectárea. Es importante hacer notar que casi una tercera parte de las especies útiles se encuentran en los cacautales. Ahora bien, yendo ya al cacao, el cacao es una especie que solo puede cultivarse entre los trópicos de Cáncer y el trópico de Capricornio. Actualmente existen unas 10 millones de hectáreas atendidas por unos 5,5 millones de campesinos y campesinas. La principal producción se encuentra en países africanos e Indonesia. La primera pregunta que de aquí resulta es, ¿qué tienen en común los productores de cacao alrededor del mundo? Pues bien, la primera es que la mayoría son pequeños productores con 2 o menos hectáreas de terreno, pero además son el cimiento para generar por lo menos 120,000 millones de dólares anuales en ventas. Y la gran desgracia es que estos productores, la mayoría, vive en extrema pobreza. Dentro de los problemas, actualmente la principal forma de producción son cultivos a sol con la consecuente deforestación, incluso de áreas naturales protegidas. En los principales países productores de cacao no existe información relacionada al contexto ecológico y social que acompaña al cultivo de cacao como en Mesoamérica. Actualmente, el cultivo de cacao, y escúchenlo bien, no funciona para dar bienestar a los productores de cacao, no genera estabilidad económica en los países productores, ni contribuye a la conservación biológica. ¿Qué está pasando en el mundo? Ante estas circunstancias, los gobiernos están poniéndose en alerta. En este caso, la opinión de Akufo-Addo, el presidente de Ghana, dice que no puede haber una futura prosperidad para la gente de Ghana en el corto, mediano o largo plazo si continuamos manteniendo las estructuras económicas que dependen de la producción y exportación de materias primas. Esa fue la declaración de Akufo hace menos de 2 años. Sin embargo, ¿cuál fue la opinión de los colonizadores? Cuando Akufo-Addo declaró no seguiremos vendiendo cacao a Suiza, la respuesta fue muy rápida. Esto es simple. Nosotros necesitamos la materia prima y ustedes la tienen. El acuerdo y los negocios que resulten deberán beneficiar a ambos países. Este principio es parte del mutuo respeto. La realidad del mutuo respeto realmente fue que Costa de Marfil y Ghana trataron de acordar con las compañías como Hershey y Nestlé para recibir un pago diferencial de $400 para por tonelada para ayudar a sus productores, dijeron que sí, se rehusaron a pagar y al final la industria decidió comprar en otros países como México. ¿Qué está pasando en Latinoamérica? En Latinoamérica lo que está sucediendo es que los sistemas agroforestales de cacao se han popularizado en los últimos 40 años. Existen más de 300 millones de hectáreas plantadas actualmente. México pretende sembrar 1 millón de hectáreas para el 2024. El cacao ha tenido un incremento notable. Sin embargo, esto no ha aliviado la pobreza en la región. El cacao en México. En México existe una diversidad de cacao mexicano con aromas y sabores de muy alta calidad. El problema aquí es que tenemos que pensar diferente. Es necesario cambiar las reglas del juego. Necesitamos imaginar, inventar y poner en práctica nuevas estrategias para dar prioridad a los pequeños productores y a la conservación biológica. Pero el problema es que actualmente existe una fuerte presión para que el cultivo de cacao en México adopte formas de producción parecidas a los países africanos, como por ejemplo introducir variedades de alto rendimiento y mala calidad y además ofrecer la ilusión de campesinos empresarios que según ellos van a generar riqueza. Estas son las tendencias de las escuelas de campo que patrocinan las escuelas de chocolate, las industrias del chocolate. El otro problemón, en la reciente visita de la vicepresidenta Kamala Harris, solicitó amablemente el cacao y café mexicanos, cuando el cacao que se produce en México no alcanza siquiera para abastecer a México. Entonces, ¿cómo revertir esta crisis económica, ecológica, social y de salud? Lo que nosotros estamos intentando es un sincretismo metodológico, ¿sí?, para tener una aproximación entre el conocimiento tradicional generado en las comunidades locales con aproximaciones etnobotánicas, agroecológicas y etnoecológicas. Nuestro propósito no es generar campesinos empresarios, sino convocar a comunidades dispuestas a formular nuevas estrategias para mejorar su calidad de vida, controlar sus sistemas productivos, defender sus territorios y conservar su patrimonio a través del establecimiento de sistemas agroforestales diversificados. En el plano social, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Estamos tratando de aplicar principios de diversificación productiva y solidaridad como las estrategias de organización y de trabajo en la búsqueda de autosuficiencia alimentaria, sustentabilidad regional y autonomía para que resuelvan sus problemas locales. No olvidarse de abastecer a Walmart y cosas por el estilo. En el caso del desarrollo de sistemas agroforestales de cacao, les voy a poner este ejemplo con campesinos mazatecos del estado de Oaxaca, en donde empezamos desde el diseño en el papel de la plantación para después utilizar herramientas rústicas y trazar el campo, hacer las colectas apropiadamente y generar los viveros para que tengan sus propias plantas y al mismo tiempo empiecen a establecer sus plantaciones. Les voy a mostrar lo que logramos en la transformación de potreros, sitios que estaban dedicados para pasto, para las vacas, en un periodo de 3 años. Este es el potrero 3 años antes. 3 años después, este es el mismo potrero en donde podrán ustedes apreciar la transformación, la sombra y sobre todo la producción ya de árbol de frutos. Así es como se ve el potrero 3 años después. Una vez con esto, estamos tratando de generar valores agregados, como por ejemplo, tratar de conseguir una apropiada cosecha, cortar apropiadamente los frutos, pero conseguir procesos de fermentación adecuados para pequeñas cantidades, utilizando, por ejemplo, ese tipo de bolsas que están hechas con una planta que se llama enequén. Adicionalmente a esto, ya que tenemos una fermentación controlada, hemos diseñado unidades mínimas de producción de chocolate de alta calidad, en donde estamos convocando a los mismos campesinos y campesinas para que aprendan todo el proceso de transformación. Utilizamos, por ejemplo, este tipo de tostadores, ese tipo de conchadoras y las técnicas para temperar el chocolate y poder conseguir de esta manera
2 y 3. 1, 2 y 3.
De esta manera conseguir tabletas, hacer diseños adecuados, originales para las tabletas, bombones, trufas con sus diseños apropiados, y se utiliza, hemos también elaborado barras energéticas con las semillas de otros cultivos que cultiva la gente, como es el cacahuate, el ajonjolí, entre otros. Otros excedentes del sistema agroforestal diversificado son, por ejemplo, de los árboles de sombra. Este es Theobroma bicolor, un primo del cacao, del cual también se utilizan las semillas, en este caso para hacer esta bebida espumosa, que como pueden ver, se está vendiendo solamente la espuma. Hemos introducido especies exóticas como la yaca, con el propósito de cambiarles a la gente el gusto y suplantar, quitar la Coca-Cola para introducir estas bebidas, entre comillas, exóticas, porque no se cultivaban antes. En el caso de los cítricos, que en la zona tienen muy bajo precio, lo que hemos hecho con la ayuda de colegas italianos ha sido la elaboración de limoncello, narancello, para poder dar valores adicionales. Entonces, mis consideraciones finales es que la industria es la principal responsable de la situación ecológica, económica, social, pero en especial del empobrecimiento de los productores y productoras de cacao en el planeta. Sin embargo, el cacao es un negocio muy rentable, pero es necesario producir un nuevo tipo de cacao que llamémosle cacao sustentable. Pero para que ese cacao sustentable pueda ser como tal, tenemos que determinar los mecanismos para clasificarlo. El primero, que sea a sombra. El segundo, indispensable pagar un mejor precio a los campesinos y campesinas por sus cosechas. Introducir tecnologías digitales de información para poder trazar el origen y destino de los granos de cacao desde la plantación hasta su transformación final, y de esta manera generar valores agregados. Incorporar técnicas agroecológicas, por ejemplo. La polinización es uno de los aspectos más importantes. Si se poliniza a mano, es posible incrementar la producción hasta en un 160% e incrementar las ganancias económicas por lo menos en un 70%. Es indispensable un acercamiento entre los productores y productoras de cacao con universidades y la industria. Recuerden que solamente hay un planeta donde se puede cultivar cacao. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Misao. Una ponencia súper interesante. Y bueno, creo que es muy importante abordar este tema del valor agregado, ¿no? Que México nos siga siendo también con el cacao un país que vende sus materias primas así, sin darle procesamiento y darle valor agregado. Es un tema muy importante. Y lo que mencionaste sobre la polinización me hizo pensar en la vanilla, que es otro producto olvidado de México y que se poliniza a mano, ¿no? Como
la miel de abejas, abejón también, en fin, hay un montón.
Y habría también que retomar el cultivo o que tomar desde cero el cultivo de la vanilla en México, porque es otro cultivo que Bueno, México compra vainilla afuera.
El punto interesante es que la vainilla es uno de los elementos de la diversificación de este tipo de sistemas agroforestales. Entra precisamente cuando se plantan leguminosas que son de rápido crecimiento, fijan el nitrógeno para fertilizar la tierra y ahí es donde se posan las vainillas y también se polinizan a mano. Se meten también la miel de abejas sin abejón y hemos también tratado de recuperar el cerdo pelón mexicano, que es una especie de cerdo, una raza domesticada desde 1519 en que llegaron los españoles y de esta manera restaurar la economía del traspatio.
Sí, es un gran trabajo, pero hay que hacerlo. Tarde o temprano hay que hacerlo. Muchas gracias. Y pasamos a otro productor, que es George Fletcher. No sé si lo pronuncié de la forma correcta. Él nos acompaña desde Ecuador. Entonces pasamos al cono sur. Es biólogo de profesión y pequeño productor de cacao fino de aroma desde hace 20 años. Es líder y asesor técnico en la organización de pequeños productores de cacao fino de aroma, UOPROCAE, donde apoya en múltiples áreas como certificaciones, ventas a mercados premium e implementación del sistema de producción regenerativa del cacao. Consultor independiente dentro y fuera del país en temas de cacao, producción sostenible, certificaciones, restauración ecológica, permacultura, agricultura regenerativa, agroecología, saneamiento alternativo, turismo comunitario, agroturismo, etc. Maneja junto con su familia y reside en la finca Chagahuiza, en Muisne Esmeralda, en Ecuador, que es un espacio demostrativo para la enseñanza de permacultura, agroecología y agricultura regenerativa. Antes de darle la palabra a George, una pregunta para Máximo. Aún tenemos a 3 ponentes. ¿Podemos llegar hasta las 11 o hay problemas de tiempo?
Serían las 6 de la tarde aquí, creo. Sí, creo que sí. Podemos, sí, me dicen que sí los técnicos.
Bien.
Gracias.
Bien. Entonces, George, te dejo la palabra.
Ok, muchas gracias. Mi micrófono no sé si está activado. ¿Sí me escuchan? Bueno.
Sí, escuchamos bien.
Buenos días aquí, buenas tardes allá. Antes que nada, muchas gracias por la oportunidad y la invitación. Gracias a todos los organizadores y un cordial saludo a todos los demás participantes y a los que están viendo esta mesa redonda. Yo les voy a contar un poco lo que hace la organización a la que pertenezco y a partir de la historia de lo que hace nuestra organización, contarles tocar algunos temas relacionados a la sostenibilidad en la producción de cacao. Nuestra organización se llama UOPROCAE, fue creada en el 2012. Se creó con la unión de 5 organizaciones de primer grado para poder tener volúmenes porque las organizaciones pequeñas no tienen sostenibilidad económica. Entonces ha habido una tendencia a que se creen cientos de pequeñas organizaciones que no son sostenibles y bueno, nosotros hemos decidido consolidarnos. Tenemos un proyecto en marcha que se llama Cacao Regenerativo, a través del cual estamos buscando la verdadera sostenibilidad, porque hay muchas cosas que se llaman sostenibilidad y no lo son. Para esto nos hemos aliado con una consultora internacional que se llama Terragénesis, que promueve la agricultura regenerativa. Nosotros estamos en la provincia de Esmeraldas, en la costa norte del Ecuador, que es una provincia con una realidad socioambiental muy compleja. Se llama la provincia verde, pero ya está dejando de serlo, porque la tasa de deforestación es una de las más altas del Ecuador, y a su vez el Ecuador tiene unas tasas de deforestación más altas de América Latina. Toda esta deforestación está dando paso a la expansión de la ganadería y monocultivos, principalmente de palma africana y de cacao sin sombra. Y todo este cambio en el paisaje no está significando que se alivie la pobreza, porque es una de las provincias más pobres del país también. Huboprocá está ubicado en 4 cantones, 4 unidades territoriales de la provincia de Esmeraldas, 2 de ellos que son de los cantones más pobres del país también. Y en la parte ambiental también tiene una ubicación muy estratégica Huboprocae, porque está en medio de 3 áreas protegidas y 4 bosques protectores. Entonces también tiene, y 2 áreas de importancia de conservación para las aves. Entonces, en este contexto de la situación socioambiental y de una provincia con muchos retos, Huboprocae ha apostado por la producción de cacao fino de aroma premium y sostenible. Manejamos toda la cadena, desde las fincas hasta la exportación. Entonces les voy a contar un poco en cada uno de los eslabones. En la parte de producción, Esmeralda se caracteriza por ser la provincia del Ecuador donde se conservan más fincas tradicionales, donde todavía no han sido reemplazadas en mayor escala por las plantaciones sin sombra. También mantiene uno de los cacaos con mayor demanda por sus cualidades organolépticas. Y nosotros hemos trabajado en promover buenas prácticas en la producción que han permitido subir la producción por hectárea de 5 quintales por hectárea hace unos 10 años a actualmente aproximadamente 12 quintales por hectárea y continúa subiendo. En la parte de poscosecha, con el apoyo de muchas organizaciones de cooperación, nos hemos enfocado muchísimo en mejorar la calidad para sacarle el mayor potencial a las cualidades organolépticas de nuestro cacao. Y recientemente, desde el año pasado, hemos llegado al último paso, que es lograr exportar nosotros mismos sin usar intermediarios. En todo el proceso de la existencia de Huboprocae se han ido acumulando certificaciones. Entonces ahora tenemos la certificación orgánica para Europa, Estados Unidos, la certificación de comercio justo y la de pequeños productores. Gracias a este trabajo, digamos, de mejorar la calidad, de tener certificaciones, de mantener las plantaciones tradicionales, tenemos muchos clientes, la mayoría fuera del país. Exportamos el 80% de nuestro cacao a Europa y Estados Unidos. Y el precio que nos pagan es bastante bueno, lo que nos permite pagar el mejor precio a los productores en nuestra región. Sin embargo, ese mejor precio no necesariamente significa que estén saliendo de la pobreza, y más adelante voy a hablar un poquito más de eso. Nuestra organización tiene un buen negocio, pero que tiene retos. Cada vez nos piden más cacao porque muchos de nuestros clientes han ganado premios con nuestro cacao. Sin embargo, no logramos cumplir con la demanda de nuestros clientes. Y no es por falta de cacao, tenemos suficiente, pero es por falta de capital de trabajo. Y también por la competencia, tenemos que competir con comerciantes que pagan sobreprecio, ya sea porque son representantes de exportadores que quieren mejorar la calidad de sus lotes con el cacao de nuestra zona, o porque es lavado de activos. Entonces es una competencia entre una organización sin dinero con actores que pagan sobreprecio. Y eso hace que sea difícil que nuestro negocio funcione bien. ¿Qué nos hace diferentes? Porque hay muchas organizaciones que venden cacao fino de aroma, con certificaciones, que nosotros estamos buscando la verdadera sostenibilidad. Entonces, desde hace 12 años estamos trabajando en promover prácticas regenerativas, que podríamos también llamarlas agroecológicas, ¿sí? En torno al manejo de los suelos, las fuentes de agua y la biodiversidad. En el tema de suelos, una cosa que se toca poco, a veces se habla de que al cambiar el uso del suelo se libera gases de efecto invernadero, pero no se toma en cuenta el tema de la erosión. Cuando se habla de sostenibilidad, casi nadie habla de erosión, y nosotros estamos perdiendo enormes extensiones de tierras productivas en el mundo cada año, a tal punto que según algunas proyecciones, para el próximo siglo ya no va a haber tierras productivas si vamos al mismo ritmo. Entonces nos hemos enfocado mucho en el rescate y regeneración de los suelos, con medidas de prevención y de restauración. Estamos promoviendo la siembra, como ven en la imagen, en terrazas que llamamos terrazas vivas, siembras en curvas de nivel, y también rescatando los microorganismos del suelo, reintroduciéndoles desde los bosques circundantes. En cuanto a las fuentes de agua, también el panorama es bastante desalentador. Casi todos los ríos del planeta están contaminados. Eso no es la excepción en los campos, porque la mayoría de los agricultores utilizan agroquímicos. Entonces, aparte de la contaminación, tenemos los problemas de que casi nunca se conservan las franjas de protección en las orillas de las fuentes de agua, o se limitan a hileras de árboles de un solo estrato. Entonces estamos trabajando en promover la restauración y protección de estas franjas de protección de las fuentes de agua y también la restauración de los cauces para recuperar la disponibilidad de agua para los cultivos y para los agricultores. En la parte de biodiversidad estamos trabajando en dos frentes. Por un lado, la conservación voluntaria de bosque, porque muchos productores tienen remanentes de bosque en sus propiedades. Entonces promovemos la conservación voluntaria, tomando en cuenta que eso les genera un mejor precio. Y por otro lado, la reforestación y diversificación. Y aquí hay algo bien importante que mencionar. Se promueve mucho al cacao como un cultivo amigable con el ambiente. Sin embargo, la mayoría del cacao que se está sembrando en el mundo es cacao sin sombra. Y esto se debe en parte a que ninguna institución de investigación está dedicada a buscar clones o variedades de cacao que funcionen bien y produzcan bien bajo condiciones de sombra en sistemas agroforestales. Tanto la academia como los gobiernos están alineados a la agroindustria y están investigando en variedades, si bien finos de aroma, en todo caso son variedades que están diseñadas para la agroindustria. Entonces, los sistemas agroforestales que sobreviven generalmente tienen una productividad más baja que estas plantaciones. ¿Cómo funciona nuestro sistema? Las prácticas regenerativas que promovemos son monitoreadas por el sistema interno de control de nuestra organización, y esto ha generado la confianza en los consumidores, a pesar de no ser una certificación formal, gracias a que tenemos una normativa que es un sistema participativo de garantía, donde incluso los compradores han participado en el establecimiento de las normas, que supera los estándares de la certificación regenerativa orgánica que ha aparecido recientemente en Estados Unidos. Entonces, como resultado de este trabajo que estamos haciendo de promover, implementar prácticas y monitorearlas, tenemos dos mercados que nos compran cacao con un premio por encima de los demás. Nos pagan el premio orgánico, el de comercio justo, y encima de ese un premio regenerativo. Este premio regenerativo se reparte entre un pago adicional al productor y la implementación de prácticas regenerativas en el campo. Sin embargo, hay mucho por hacer todavía, porque solo el 25% de nuestras ventas son a estos mercados nicho que son regenerativos. Entonces, para lograr seducir a más mercados, necesitamos tener una forma más objetiva de demostrar lo que hacemos. Entonces, queremos empezar a hacer un monitoreo satelital del trabajo que estamos haciendo de regeneración ecológica, y eventualmente generar bonos, ya sea a través de mecanismos red o crear tokens para el mercado voluntario que se puedan vender en combinación con nuestro cacao y así poder acceder a más mercados que paguen este premio. Nuestras proyecciones con este trabajo inciden tanto en la sostenibilidad social como ambiental, porque el precio a los productores seguramente podrá seguir subiendo si logramos cumplir los objetivos. Y esperamos también crecer en el número de familias. Actualmente son 461 y esperamos crecer sostenidamente. Y en la parte de restauración de ecosistemas también tenemos proyecciones de seguir teniendo una incidencia tanto en la regeneración como en la conservación de bosques. Pero para todo esto hay muchos retos. Y bueno, ¿qué nos hace falta para poder lograr estos sueños que tenemos, ¿no? de seguir con esas proyecciones tan bonitas? Que los precios sean más justos primero. A pesar de que vendemos a un buen precio, en el mundo, en promedio, solo el 5% del valor que genera la cadena del cacao llega al productor. Y realmente, a pesar de que decimos tener los mejores precios, nuestros productores en su mayoría siguen siendo pobres. Entonces, no ha cambiado mucho tener los mejores precios. Los mejores precios siguen siendo precios bajos. Por otro lado, también tenemos el problema asociado al anterior de que no hay un relevo generacional. La edad promedio del productor de cacao es 55 años. Y esto se debe a que justamente como no es una actividad económicamente atractiva, los jóvenes prefieren hacer otras cosas y abandonar el campo. La otra área que creemos que es importante para la sostenibilidad es que la investigación se alinee más a la verdadera sostenibilidad y no tanto a la agroindustria. Se debería estar investigando sobre sistemas agroforestales, porque estos son los que realmente nos van a dar resiliencia ante el cambio climático. Pero seguimos en el desarrollo de variedades de alta producción para monocultivos. La otra cosa que nos parece muy importante es que se aclare el significado de sostenibilidad, porque nosotros estamos haciendo un esfuerzo que creo que casi ninguna organización lo hace por ser sostenibles. Sin embargo, hay muchos cacaos que con muy poco ya se llaman sostenibles. Y por último, lo más importante de todo y que también nos hace falta a nosotros es que esta transición no debe ser financiada por los más pobres y los más débiles de la cadena, que son los productores, sino que debe ser financiada primero con apoyo de los gobiernos y principalmente por los consumidores, porque los consumidores ahora quieren más sostenible, pero no quieren pagar más. Eso, muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, George, y felicidades por todo el trabajo que están haciendo, aunque no es suficiente para salir de la pobreza. Y sí, mencioné en mi pequeña bienvenida no solamente el objetivo 8, trabajo digno, sino también el 12, que es consumo responsable. Los consumidores también tendríamos que aceptar precios más altos, los que podemos, por lo menos, y para apoyar la sustentabilidad. Y los gobiernos tendrán que hacer un gran esfuerzo para apoyar estos proyectos como el de ustedes, porque, digo, no tienen que hacer, no pueden pensar que sean los pequeños productores que se hacen cargo de mantener el medio ambiente y de la resiliencia, adaptación y lucha al cambio climático. Muchas gracias. Y ahora otra voz de México, el INA, el Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia, con Clementina Babcock, que es doctora en Historia por la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, especializada en estudios sobre las crónicas de tradición indígena, novohispana y andina. Desde 2013 es profesora investigadora titular C de la Dirección de Estudios Históricos del Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia, miembro del Sistema Nacional de Investigadores del CONACYT, profesora titular del Colegio de Historia en la Facultad de Filosofía y Letras de la UNAM, donde imparte la asignatura Mesoamérica. Y asimismo es profesora de posgrado en estudios mesoamericanos en la UNAM y del posgrado de Historia y Etnohistoria de la Escuela Nacional de Antropología e Historia del INA. Muchas gracias y le cedo la palabra.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, licenciada. Bueno, muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes también. Creo que estamos todos muy felices. Me parece que esta mesa, no me parece, creo firmemente que esta mesa es un aporte a una discusión que se está llevando a cabo, no solamente a nivel continental, sino a nivel global. Y me parece, y me quedo con las palabras del doctor René Castro, quien fue el primer participante de esta mesa redonda, que estamos viendo que no es solamente cuestión de hablar, no es solamente mostrar números, sino también de realizar acciones. Y en este sentido, una vez más, quiero compartir con todos ustedes. Posteriormente, después de hablar yo, va a hablar el doctor o el profesor Máximo de Giuseppe. Una vez más, IULM y el Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia coincidimos en un proyecto. Un proyecto no solamente de carácter internacional, titulado Puentes Ocultos, los puentes que nos unen históricamente Italia, México, México e Italia. Un proyecto que aparte no solamente tiene características de tipo, como decía, internacional, sino intrainstitucional e interdisciplinario. Esto para nosotros ha sido y sigue siendo un proyecto sumamente importante, no solamente por las instituciones que están involucrados, vuelvo a insistir, liderados por IULM, por el Instituto Nacional de Antropología, sino por las otras instituciones que al escuchar y al exponer nuestra propuesta en torno a cómo pensar al cacao o el cacao, ¿no? Como lo dirían nuestros queridos paisanos en Tabasco, fueron acompañándonos y están apoyándonos en el desarrollo del mismo. Es decir, no podemos dejar de nombrar el apoyo que hemos recibido de memórica histórica de la Presidencia de la Nación de México, por supuesto, como estuvo hace un ratito con nosotros el maestro Santiago, de la Secretaría de Agricultura de la República, del Estado de Tabasco, del Estado de Chiapas, del Archivo General de la Nación de México, del Archivo Histórico del Gobierno de la Ciudad de México, y no es algo menor, es para nosotros realmente un verdadero placer y orgullo que nos acompañen en este proyecto, pensado, como lo decía anteriormente, de manera interdisciplinaria. Es decir, nuestra idea es pensar al cacao no solamente desde el punto de vista, desde su origen y el debate sobre el origen, sobre la domesticación del cacao, con las diferentes propuestas y polémicas que se pueden generar. La idea es sumar, la idea no es polemizar, sino que el protagonista de este proyecto, y por eso son los puentes ocultos, es el cacao, que nos une, esos puentes invisibles, pero que sin embargo históricamente han estado presentes y siguen presentes hasta nuestros días con América, en América, con Europa y específicamente con Italia. La mirada de nuestro proyecto deviene no solamente desde un punto de vista histórico, antropológico, arqueológico, sino también desde el cine y desde también otra de sus artes, como es la pintura mural. Es decir, nuestra mirada desde el mes de julio y agosto de este año se han llevado a cabo diferentes registros visuales, porque el objetivo del proyecto internacional es llevar a cabo diferentes actividades, no solamente la producción de un film bastante particular, en el sentido que no compartiría las características etnográficas tradicionales, sino un film dirigido por uno de los profesores del IULM, uno de los grandes maestros del cine. Estoy hablando de nada más ni nada menos que de Giuseppe Carrieri, un gran colega, un gran amigo, colega que conjunto con el profesor Máximo de Giuseppe en el fines de julio y agosto vinieron todo el equipo de Italia, del IULM, y hemos podido desarrollar, más allá de la pandemia que estamos atravesando a nivel mundial, hemos podido hacer registro de una serie de actividades, de experiencias y sobre todo de contacto con diferentes comunidades, tanto para el estado de Tabasco como en Chiapas, y también no debo olvidar nuestras grandes cocineras de comida tradicional oaxaqueña con su mole. Estamos contando esto porque la experiencia es no solamente realizar un film, sino que, bueno, creo que en un ratito Máximo va a contar la exposición que se va a dar inicio para el mes de noviembre en Milán, y también invitarlos, por supuesto, a que nos acompañen, exposición que se va a realizar en el mes de noviembre, pero que el 2022 vamos a tener otras exposiciones aquí en México, donde el gran protagonista es el cacao. El cacao no solamente visto y registrado a partir de este mundo mesoamericano tan importante, y en esto quiero enfatizar, ya que tenemos compañeros, compañeras de diferentes países hermanos, donde participaron, donde fue parte a nivel simbólico, y no es algo menor, para lo que se ha denominado como Mesoamérica. Por eso escuchar, para mí ha sido muy emocionante escuchar a Yasmira en su lengua y respetando las lenguas de nuestros pueblos originarios, es algo que siempre lo hemos tenido presente, y la importancia del cacao, no solamente en el registro arqueológico, donde hemos también trabajado en sitios como Comalcalco, hablando específicamente en Tabasco, pero sino también en Palenque, Yaxchilán, Bonampak, en la Ciudad de México, con las piezas que tenemos en el Museo de Antropología, también en el Castillo de Chapultepec, y ahora sí, no en torno al cacao, sino al chocolate, eso también nosotros lo hemos tenido muy presente, y también con una experiencia magnífica en torno al Archivo General de la Nación, con una serie de documentación inédita, como el Archivo Histórico del Gobierno de la Ciudad de México, de documentación nunca antes vista, donde podemos observar mapas y registros de las primeras cacaoteras, ¿sí? Desde el periodo, tras la conquista del periodo novohispano. No solamente nuestra intención en el proyecto deviene o se enmarca dentro de características académicas puntualmente, sino nuestro énfasis desde siempre, por eso es a un proyecto que compartimos, otro proyecto más que compartimos IULM y el Instituto Nacional de Antropología e Historia, tiene que ver con la característica social, ¿sí? Y esto para nosotros es muy importante, dar voz, escuchar desde sus propias lenguas, desde sus propias representaciones, las comunidades hoy, a los propios trabajadores, a la gente que trabaja en las cacaoteras y la experiencia también en diferentes actividades. Entonces, para nosotros, hablo en nombre del profesor Máximo de Giuseppe y su servidora, es una gran experiencia poder estar en la mesa y compartir con ustedes este proyecto que está vivo y que aparte donde estamos planteando no solamente la profundidad histórica registrada arqueológicamente en torno al cacao, sino el cacao hoy y el futuro del cacao, porque el cacao, sin lugar a dudas, es el futuro de muchos de nuestros países, de nuestros productores, pero también seguir estableciendo y consolidando estos puentes ocultos o invisibles que nos siguen conjugando, que nos siguen permitiendo dialogar desde lugares comunes, y es a partir de un diálogo. Entonces, por mi parte es esto, muchísimas gracias, agradecerle por supuesto, la Embajada de Italia aquí en México, todo el apoyo, toda la apertura para poder realizar este tipo de actividades, y la verdad que creo que ha sido una mañana tarde muy productiva, lo digo irónicamente, muy productiva, porque hemos escuchado realmente a los productores, realmente a las cabezas de diferentes instituciones, aparte desde el gobierno de México, pero también de investigadores. Quiero agradecer al compañero de Ecuador, al compañero de Costa Rica, a nuestra compañera de Guatemala, a nuestro compañero de Veracruz, que nos han aportado datos concretos y realmente poniéndonos al día, a punto de los problemas que estamos atravesando, pero también cómo a través de un diagnóstico hay actos que hacer. Debemos realizar actividades, y el compromiso de la academia no solamente deviene de realizar textos, sino un compromiso social. Así que por mi parte les deseo muy buenos días y muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Clementina. Y sí, hay que hacer un trabajo conjunto, porque sabemos que tenemos que hacerlo, lo sabemos, ¿no? Hay que hacerlo y buscar los recursos. Y importante también son estos puentes, estas relaciones, los lazos que se están construyendo para trabajar juntos. Y bueno, con el INA tenemos una colaboración excelente. Este año hemos hecho de todo con el INA desde la embajada, y muchas gracias por el apoyo del instituto. Y ahora el último ponente es también el coordinador del proyecto que Clementina acaba de mencionar. Es Massimo De Giuseppe de la Universidad IULM. Massimo De Giuseppe obtuvo su doctorado en Historia en la Universidad Católica de Milán. Ha enseñado en las universidades de Parma y Bolonia, y desde varios años es profesor titular de Historia Contemporánea en la IULM en Milán, donde dirige el Centro de Investigación Euresis y es delegado del rector para la inclusión social. Es miembro corresponsal de la Academia Mexicana de la Historia, profesor afiliado del CIDE. En pasado ha sido profesor visitante de la Escuela Nacional de Antropología e Historia y becario de la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores. Es miembro de la redacción de las revistas históricas Contemporánea, Modernism, Annali di Storia dell'Educazione, y del Comité Científico de la Revista de Historia de las Mentalidades y Localismo. Es autor de varias monografías, curadurías y de ensayos en volúmenes publicados en Europa y América y revistas internacionales. Su último libro, Historia de Latinoamérica, escrito junto con Gianni Lavella para Il Mulino, es actualmente en traducción al español para la editorial Turner. No sé si después de tu ponencia, Máximo, habrá manera de hacer una segunda ronda con nuestros ponentes o no, o si vamos directamente a las conclusiones. Te dejo a ti la decisión. Y ahora te dejo la palabra.
Gracias, muchas gracias, Emilia. Yo voy a intento ser muy rápido, solo una reflexión conclusiva, un poco un cierre de la conferencia, y podemos estar conectados hasta las 6, si quedan unos minutos podemos intentar, a ver, intento ser rápido. La primera cosa, un agradecimiento aquí a los compañeros de IULM, a Roberto Razzetto, Paola, a todos los técnicos de IULM, que Lorenzo Mosna y todo su equipo, que son siempre muy súper eficientes. Un agradecimiento a Lila, a Naomi, Percy, Sara, Jaime, todo el equipo de Lila, con el cual es un verdadero placer colaborar en todo este proyecto, y por supuesto a la Embajada Italiana en México, a Lina y a Mirna y Santiago de la Sader y todos los actores involucrados en este proyecto que sigue creciendo. La idea, no voy aquí a entrar detalladamente, ya Clementina dijo algunas cosas del proyecto Puentes Ocultos, que esta mesa es un poco el primer encuentro público alrededor del proyecto. Al final de octubre, el 26, tendremos una mesa redonda de presentación de las varias partes del proyecto, y sobre todo el 4 de noviembre tendremos la inauguración aquí en Milán, en la Exhibition Hall de nuestra universidad, de una exposición que se va a titular en italiano L'Albero Segreto, en español El Árbol Secreto, el viaje del cacao entre México, Américas e Italia, que es una idea que nace desde una paradoja, fundamentalmente, como salió de muchas de las interesantes ponencias que hemos sentido en un debate muy vivo, que es la cosa mejor en todos los paneles. Nosotros vivimos esta gran paradoja que el chocolate es uno de los productos de consumo más exasperado en absoluto que encontramos en cualquier lugar, en cualquier supermercado, en cualquier máquina, distribuidor, etcétera, etcétera. Pero, como hemos visto, el cacao es en realidad un producto de la naturaleza y de la relación hombre-naturaleza que es muy frágil, que existe en pequeñas partes de la área tropical, entre el trópico del Cancro y el trópico del Capricornio, y que necesita de unas condiciones ambientales muy específicas y de una naturaleza muy específica, etcétera, etcétera. Así que dentro de esta paradoja la idea fue de construir un concepto global, la idea de ver cómo todo el mundo está conectado entre procesos de globalización y procesos muy locales, y de intentar aplicar una reflexión también atenta a la dimensión de la difusión, sobre todo con los jóvenes, para que la gente empiece a reflexionar, a pensar alrededor de lo que consuma. Esto creo es uno de los grandes retos de la sostenibilidad. No hay solo, justamente se hablaba antes de consumo responsable, pero alrededor de todo eso hay la necesidad no solo de un trabajo técnico, científico, de climatólogos, biólogos, botánicos, agrónomos, ingenieros, etcétera, etcétera, y por supuesto productores, sino también del mundo, entre comillas, de la cultura humanística. Por eso es importante que cuando una persona consuma una tableta de chocolate no solo piensa a la dimensión económica de este proceso productivo, sino a toda la historia compleja y a las conexiones globales y locales que están adentro de esta tableta de chocolate. Por eso en este proyecto hemos intentado trabajar con algunos científicos duros, también están biólogos y farmacéuticos y genetistas, pero sobre todo entre arqueólogos, historiadores y antropólogos, y trabajar directamente en el campo con las comunidades indígenas, chontales, choles, soques, por lo que se conectan al México meridional, pero sería interesante seguir en una segunda etapa con el mundo mesoamericano, antiguamente mesoamericano de Guatemala, como nos contó muy bien Yasmira, y las distintas partes de Guatemala hasta llegar a El Salvador, a Costa Rica, y por supuesto Ecuador y toda la zona amazónica que probablemente fue la antigua origen antes de la domesticación olmeca del cacao en Mesoamérica. Aquí salió un tema muy interesante y hago un ejemplo muy sencillo y rápido, el tema de la sombra. Por supuesto, el tema del cacao que está relacionado a la sombra es algo muy importante por la producción actual y por las condiciones de los productores, pero podemos entender lo que significa también a través de la arqueología, la historia y todo lo que es la antropología. Un ejemplo por los estudios que hemos hecho en el mundo mesoamericano antiguo, pero también a través de fuentes coloniales, de fuentes de la primera parte del siglo XX, de encuentros, entrevistas que hemos hecho en las comunidades, sigue, por ejemplo, esta relación muy fuerte entre cacao y la idea de la muerte y vida, y la idea de la resurrección, que no solo aparece en el Popol Vuh, en el Chilambalam, en muchas fuentes antiguas o fuentes novohispanas que recuperan memorias antiguas, sino que es algo que sigue vigente en muchas comunidades. La relación entre el cacao y el femenino, la relación entre el cacao, la muerte, que podemos encontrar en cualquier altar de muertos chontales de la chontalpa tabasqueña, la relación con la vida, que encontramos, por ejemplo, entrevistando parteras, que todavía en algunas zonas en la Sierra Cholla, en la frontera entre Tabasco y Chiapas, ponen una semilla de cacao en el ombligo del niño después de haber sepultado su cordón umbilical y siguen fajándolo por días para que esto lo pueda acompañar en la primera parte de la formación de su identidad. Alrededor de todo esto creo que el aporte de las ciencias humanas sea importante y sea también un mensaje importante enseñar al mundo de la industria, al mundo de las instituciones. Aquí hoy es muy interesante el diálogo entre miembros de instituciones multilaterales, instituciones gubernamentales y también productores locales o expertos de áreas específicas relacionadas al cacao, en que el cacao es el gran común denominador, que el pasado, la historia, la memoria, la arqueología, lo que construyeron los mayas alrededor de la señora Xaxcuc, la madre de Pacal, que sale de un lado del sarcófago de Pacal dentro de un árbol de cacao, nos pueden enseñar. Para cerrar, yo creo que este es un proceso largo que nos invita a dialogar, que nos invita a pensar a través de una lógica de globalización, todo lo que nos acompaña, y lo cierro con una invitación a visitar la exposición que haremos en IULM en noviembre de este año y luego en México, en el Museo de las Culturas del Mundo, en el noviembre del próximo año, para intentar un viaje simbólico y real dentro de estos mundos complejos.
Muchísimas gracias, Máximo. Yo creo que tenemos, si los ponentes se comprometen en no hablar más de un minuto, tenemos tiempo para una rápida ronda de comentarios a conclusión del evento. No hay preguntas en el canal de YouTube, entonces yo creo que podríamos darles un minuto a todos, si quieren, y empezaría con la FAO, después de todo lo que hemos dicho sobre sustentabilidad, cacao bajo la sombra y todo, unos comentarios del doctor Castro.
Sí, muchas gracias. Ha sido una tarde interesante y que muestra que hay soluciones para el reto del cambio climático. Muchas de ellas es volver a aprender de la naturaleza y del conocimiento histórico y revisar los cambios que hemos hecho en una agricultura más industrial y hemos perdido de vista una diversidad de especies, de opciones alimenticias y nos hemos empobrecido respecto a lo que era, por ejemplo, la dieta de los abuelos. Respecto al cacao, creo que me retiro hoy con optimismo y pienso que tenemos el conocimiento y que es esencialmente necesario invertir dinero para adaptarnos al cambio climático. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. No sé si Mirta Aragón, por parte de la SADER, quiere agregar algo. Si está aquí con nosotros. Si no, Yasmira. Yasmira, ¿está aquí? Sí.
Aquí estoy. Muchas gracias por por habernos incluido como mujeres indígenas de Guatemala, por haberme incluido a mí como representante de Fundalachoa, perdón. Y sí me causó un poquito así como como, no una duda, sino una realidad que pasa. La presentación del compañero de Perú, si no sé mal, comentaba él que no es sustentable el cacao. Es cierto, el cacao no es sustentable, pero todos vivimos en diferentes países y obviamente el cacao no se da de igual forma en cada país, ¿verdad? En Guatemala, pues el cacao se da muy buen cacao, se da una buena producción a comparación de otros países, ¿verdad? Entiendo de que quizás para muchos el cacao es bueno, es súper cacao, para mí es un súper cacao porque me ha ayudado muchísimo. En cuanto al cacao en grano y a la transformación, más que todo, porque yo ya lo transformo, ¿verdad? Lo que decía un compañero. Eso es como darle ya un valor agregado, ¿verdad? A nuestro producto, poder transformarlo ya y de esa forma poder nosotros ganar más, ¿verdad? Ganar más porque sabemos que venderlo en grano pues no es igual que venderlo ya transformado. Entonces yo comparto, yo entiendo lo que el compañero decía de que no es sustentable para muchos, ¿verdad? Claro que no, dependiendo en qué país, en qué contexto nos encontramos, ¿verdad? Agradezco muchísimo a los organizadores, a Máximo y a la compañera Clemente, muy buena intervención. Ojalá pudieran escribir una historia de mi vida. Mi vida ha sido muy difícil. Mi vida desde joven, pues fui madre a los 14 años. Fui madre soltera y por eso tuve que buscar muchas alternativas para poder sacar a mis hijas adelante, ¿verdad? Y uno de esos fue el cacao, ¿verdad? El cacao me rescató a mí para darle estudio a una de mis hijas, a la mayor de las tres, ¿verdad? Entonces, por eso hablo mucho que el cacao es buenísimo, porque fue una oportunidad para mí para sacar adelante a mis hijas cuando fui madre soltera, ¿verdad? Y hasta hoy digo que es buenísimo. Muchas gracias a todos y espero un día podamos vernos personalmente, no solo así, ¿verdad? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Este es otro tema que tiene que ver con la sustentabilidad. El embarazo en niñas y adolescentes, y las madres solteras y entonces la igualdad de género, ¿no? Esto sería otro tema. No sé, antes de Nisao Gata, como Yasmira comentó sobre lo que nos dijo George Fletcher, quizás mejor le doy la palabra a George y luego a Nisao.
Gracias. Sí, en realidad yo no me refería a que no sea sostenible económicamente, porque claro, la sostenibilidad tiene varios aspectos, ¿no? Social, económica y ambiental. Yo estaba más preocupado que en general en el mundo el cacao no es sostenible ambientalmente. Y claro, habemos organizaciones y culturas que sí estamos manejándolo de una manera relativamente sostenible en lo ambiental. Pienso que en lo económico el cacao sí puede ser sostenible, pero tienen que cambiar algunas reglas del juego. Porque no puede ser que el 5% del total que genera la cadena termine en el pequeño productor. Entonces, mientras el cacao esté atado a la bolsa, esa injusticia va a continuar. Porque la barra de chocolate siempre cuesta lo mismo en el supermercado, pero al productor de repente de un día para otro le bajan el precio a la mitad. Entonces, ese tipo de cosas necesitan cambiar estructuralmente para que sea realmente posible que el cacao sea sostenible para todos los productores en el mundo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Nisao.
Bien, lo que quería simplemente comentar o resaltar es que el cacao es un cultivo de sombra y que las actuales formas de producción están convirtiendo a este cultivo en un cultivo depredador, cuando debería de ser justamente al revés. Es necesario que insisto, que se pague un precio justo a los campesinos y se quite esta idea de que el cacao es un producto infinito. Tiene sus condiciones limitadas y no se puede cruzar esa frontera porque si se cruza se van a seguir engrandeciendo los problemas como los que ya están ocurriendo en Costa de Marfil, en Ghana, en Camerún, con la gente migrante yendo a subcontratarse y hacer devastación. El símbolo de Costa de Marfil, que es el elefante, está en peligro de desaparecer porque están tumbando toda la zona para producir cacao. La preocupación de México, bueno, mi preocupación en México es que tenemos unas tasas de migración de la gente local muy altas, pero están llegando muchísima gente de otros lugares, por ejemplo, en la dramática situación de la gente de Haití. Entonces, se están dando las condiciones para que se repita el modelo que está ocurriendo ahorita en África y que no debería de suceder si la industria toma medidas realmente responsables.
Muchas gracias. Y Clementina.
Bueno, muy breve, muchísimas gracias. Creo que vuelvo a insistir que ha sido una mañana tarde de muchísimo aprendizaje de todos los participantes y agradezco este tipo de evento y me parece que también esto cada una de las intervenciones nos ha generado a cada uno de nosotros más interés, más preocupaciones y que este es un primer paso también para seguir dialogando, pero también para realizar acciones concretas. Así que muchísimas gracias. Perdón, me voy a tener que retirar. Estoy en otra cuestión del instituto formal, pero muchísimas gracias y muy buenas tardes y muy buenos días.
Muchas gracias. Yo creo que nosotros también nos retiramos con unas palabras finales de Máximo y antes de que él concluya, quiero agradecer a todos, ponentes, público, IULM, ILA, y a los técnicos que hicieron posible esta transmisión. Máximo, te dejaría la palabra, yo me callo y como con unas conclusiones del evento.
Gracias, Emilia. Voy a cerrar, ya hemos hablado. También me olvidé agradecer las traductoras del español al italiano en el canal de Zoom YouTube. Y yo creo que este puede ser verdaderamente un pequeño experimento de diálogo entre mundos distintos alrededor, unido en este caso por la historia, el presente y el futuro del cacao. Y espero que sea el primer paso de un proceso más grande, amplio, que pueda conectar personas, no solo consumidores y productores, sino sobre todo personas humanas y ambientes, contextos naturales para un futuro más digno, yo espero, y más precioso para todos. Gracias. Hasta luego.